We do like Mondays. We do like Mondays. Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. We are going here with Championship Monday. If it's on a Monday, it's always a championship here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this is the 8th stop of 9 events 2024, and we have got our customary 10 anglers ready to go on one of the great fishing destinations in the world, and that is Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. Some scenes right here from about an hour ago. And these anglers were getting ready for takeoff a little more than an hour ago. They've been out there for an hour now, traveling, getting set up, catching fish in many cases. We will get to that for you in just a minute. That's not one of our competitors there, but important to have everyone on hand who can make it out to the city dock here and get ready for the big day. That's like the original classic boat a little bit.
I think that's when the shotgun
Yeah,
starts,
right.
where I think I've seen footage of that. 73 Classic.
Davey Height is here along with Roddy Moore and Mike Sukon. And Davey, nothing left on the table as we get down to 500 square miles of Lake Champlain.
Yeah, absolutely incredible week this week. Lake Champlain, 100 miles long, 14 miles wide, and it has been so interesting to see the largemouth become a player again at Lake Champlain. Was not a player last time we were here last year at all, but this week it has, and we've noticed a few of these anglers that have figured that out. Some anglers like Jay Securic we saw yesterday fishing for largemouth. Matt Robertson doing a little bit of both, but certainly has made his hay catching those bigger largemouth. So we'll see if some of the other top 10 that we haven't seen doing that will do that today.
Well, there's a look at our unofficial standings right now as per Bass Track. Corey Johnston, who started the day down there in 9th place, up to top spot right now. Robert G. catching them early. Chris Johnston caught a couple early. Maybe the first two that were caught today. Chris Zaldane held the lead after 2 days of fishing here. Ed Lochran, who started the day with the lead, still there at 63 pounds and 14 ounces where he started. Another thing, another hallmark of this whole week has been tight competition. Ounces meaning a lot, moving people many positions during the course of this, which has played big time in all the points races, the important ones that are going on here. It will be important today, but two pounds and change separating the top two anglers here. All the rest of them are within 2 pounds and change of each other. That's how tight it is, and that's how significant Ed Lochran's lead was, the biggest lead we've seen, I think, for a leader so far in this tournament to start a day. All the anglers on their way out to set up. They've got 8 hours to fish. We'll be with you all day, 7 hours here, taking you all the way up to weigh-in time. That's at 3 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com.
You know, it's going to be interesting to see who catches the 5-pounder. I really think today will all boil down to who catches that 5-pounder. More than likely, it'll be a largemouth,
Yep.
But that's been the key with Matt Robertson and Ed Lochran being first and second place. They have had those 5-pound largemouth to separate them from the field.
We got Corey Johnston with the lead this morning. Starting the day in 3rd place is Chris Johnston. Let's get out to one of the Johnston brothers right now. Can't wait to see who it is, not too far away. Yeah, it's going to be Corey Johnston. First look for us today. Our leader as it stands right now. What a great record he has over his 6 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Some action from earlier in the day. Corey Johnston caught more largemouth than anyone. St. Lawrence earlier this year. Notch his first win with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Not the St. John's River.
Yep. And I didn't realize that Ronnie mentioned this morning that Corey has weighed in 3 or 4?
Three
largemouths so far out of his 15 fish being weighed in. So I think we'll definitely see him doing some of that. Maybe his plan, it appears to be, hey, go catch a good solid limit of smallmouth and then spend some time during the day catching those largemouth, hopefully in the afternoon for Corey.
Well, that is a plan that has worked a couple of days here for sure on Lake Champlain. Now we're out to the man from Ontario, Canada, Cabin, Ontario, live.
Corey kind of putting himself with a shot, an outside shot at Angler of the Year with a great finish this week. He's in the top 10, but he's going to be significantly a little bit more points behind than the top 5 would be.
He's got one of the greatest records in that race in his 6 years. It basically boils down to every third time he gets in a tournament, he's in the top 20. No, every other time.
Every other time.
He's in the top 20. Every third time he's in the top 10.
He's about 45 points back from Justin Hamner starting the day, but like you said, 9th, Tommy. Moves up to 3rd, 2nd, maybe wins the thing. That's 8 more points. He'd be in the mid-30s, right behind our top 6.
Headed to St. Lawrence.
Headed to the St. Lawrence.
He's got to be lamenting his 88th place at Wheeler.
Oh, geez.
Just
He throws a few of
place.
those in every time. That's why he's not the all-time greatest.
And it only takes one.
Yeah,
It's one a year like that to throw you out of the contention of the race. He's not technically out, but it's going to be a tall hill to climb for him.
One of the rookies who's put on a great performance for us all year long, basically. Knoxville, Tennessee's Robert G. This is earlier today with Robert. We have watched him catch them basically nonstop for 3 days here.
I think we've learned in his rookie year when it comes to fishing offshore and using his electronics and finesse techniques, he is certainly one of the best we've got on the elites right now.
Went to the University of Tennessee, living right there in Knoxville. Guess you could say cutting his teeth around Fort Loudon and Tellico. Said, when Champlain's calm, it's my favorite lake in the world. I don't know where it falls to when it's not calm. So
that's a big qualifier there.
Which today, I would classify this as calm compared to what they've dealt with.
We had rougher weather than we expected yesterday. Is it coming again today? That's a good question.
Don't ask the weather, man.
Don't
That's all
ask the
I
weather.
can say.
He's proven himself to be not up to the task.
Those catches were earlier today. I think this one is live.
It's cloudy and the highest winds at Plattsburgh. West-northwest is going to be about 7 miles an hour.
Oh, so
calmer than it has been. But they had it at 10 the other day, and then the guys were saying it was more than 20. So the weather guys can be wrong, especially on wind.
I've experienced this, but I heard, I'm sure people that watch the weigh in. Lake Champlain, the wind will be doing something here, and then on the other side of the lake, on the Vermont side versus New York or south, north, and all lakes are like that a little bit, but there's something very different about Champlain that you can have so many different weather situations and wind directions on one lake.
You got mountains around there. That really kind of throws a lot of different currents in there. The Green Mountains and the Adirondacks, just adjacent here, basically.
There we go, baby.
Third keeper for Robert G.
313.
313.
Nice.
Caught up with Robert G. earlier this morning in Plattsburgh at the Takeoff. Here's what he had to tell us about his prospects for today.
Dude, I've dreamed of being on the Elite Series for the past like 7 years of my life. That's all I've wanted to do, and I put myself in the position just to come and try to do this. And that's what I've eat, sleep, and breathe is just trying to be here. I've watched every coverage of Bassmaster Live and all that, just trying to get here. And now that I'm here, I don't want to waste my opportunity. So I'm going to try to go out there and get the win today.
Man, wise beyond his years. Take advantage of when you got it going on. Strike while the iron's hot.
You think about it, last year was his first year fishing the Opens and he makes the Elites. But at Lake of the Ozarks, the 7th stop of the year out of 9, he said, I got a shot to win. And I've never won a college event, high level. I've never won an Open. I need to break through and show myself that I can not only compete, but then win on that final day. He didn't get it done there. You get a top 5 at Toledo this year. You get 2nd at Smith. He is knocking, Davey. And his hand's getting a little heavier when he's knocking now.
That was weird.
Chris Johnston earlier.
It's a decent one, too. I was reeling it up on that one. He ate it. Didn't even see him. It's not a bad one to start.
All really think we're going to see Chris and Corey fishing for largemouth today, but it's hard to leave what we've seen them doing this morning. I mean, when you're catching 3.5-pound smallmouth and they've caught some 4s, it's hard to leave them biting, as they say.
And Chris is one, at least Corey's caught a few of both species. Chris has been all smallmouth, but when we came live on Facebook just a few minutes before .com, we saw Chris fishing a reed head. And I said, did he break down or is he lost?
Oh, no.
Did that reed head float off the bank out in the middle of the lake? No. And so I could see him, hey, I've got to make up, like we said, Ed's lead of 2-2 is one of the biggest Champlain leads that you have. It's normally much tighter than that.
And second place, Matt Robertson. I mean, you saw him holding up a 5-pound green one yesterday. These guys are no dummies. They can see which species they're holding.
I didn't even see this fish, and he grabbed it. I'm not gonna complain. Putting him in the small side, though. We need to call him today. And there's one sitting under my trolling motor. See if we can get him too.
Again, was having harder time catching these smallmouth and big waves yesterday. Made it much harder to put his lure right on the nose.
Yeah, it's
not that big.
A lot better for him out there today. And as I mentioned, it's hard to leave them bite them. It's real hard to leave them when you put one in a live well and you go back up to the front of the boat and there's one under your trolling motor.
When there's a line waiting.
Yes.
They must have been best friends. I don't want to go anywhere my buddy's not going, so I need to go and hang out by the trolling motor.
Chris Johnson, certainly a threat to win this one. Always a threat, especially when we come up north. We caught up with him earlier today.
The hunchback one was bigger than this one. Championship Monday, Lake Champlain. Should be a gorgeous day out here, and we're gonna go chase some big brown ones. There's not a lot of 5-pounders in here, so 5 4.5s is the goal. It's not easy to do. Day 3, I caught 3 4.5s. Yesterday, I lost probably 2. Today, it's gonna be better conditions for live scoping, getting my minnow down in that 45 to 50 foot water depth, and I just got to present it to them right. I got to hold it above their head and let them come up to it. If it falls by them, they won't eat it. So we're gonna chase smallmouth, and if we get a decent bag, or I want to change it up, I may go hit some largemouth areas just from the past. Give it an hour. You can get a 5 to a 6-pound largemouth. That goes a long ways on this lake. So yeah, we're ready to take off. We're gonna have some fun and get after it.
We will not take our eyes off Chris Johnston during the course of today.
He's sitting on one rock.
So
They're just
deft
getting
at catching
smaller.
those smallmouth out deeper. All of them seem to be good at that, but he's exceptional.
Yes.
Let's get out to our day 2 leader. Certainly has had a largemouth component to all of his efforts every day, especially the day he took the lead.
He said, Tommy Davey, I'm not retying any of my smallmouth stuff. It's in the rod locker. I didn't retie it,
correct.
Just my largemouth rods, because that's what I'm going for today. He's been one who's caught 2 largemouth each day of competition, or weighed 2 largemouth each day of competition, but looking for 5 of them today. I mean, that's your first inclination is the 2 guys in the top weighed 5 yesterday and have majority weighed largemouth.
Oh, dude, a whole school followed him. That's what we need. That's what we need. Whole school followed him. That's what we need.
This footage from very early today.
2-pounder.
Also earlier, same spot.
Looks like he's at the area where he caught the largemouth the first day, second day in particular.
Not huge, but the other
caught a couple
day I
big
caught
ones
one
right
like
there.
that, and there were several 4s and 5s with it, so just keep going through them. Nothing to lose today.
It's amazing how the water was high last year, Davey, and the water is high this year. Maybe not as high, or maybe it's falling. but how absolutely no one was fishing for largemouth. You couldn't compete with it, and now there's quantity and quality everywhere.
Live with Chris Zaldain.
Yeah, so I'm in my largemouth area, and I haven't been starting here. I figured I'd check it first thing to try to get ahead on some big ones. The whole smallmouth thing, fishing the blow through down at Mallett's and Carolina rigging and finessing, like that's out of the picture today. I didn't even rig up those rods last night. So I'm just gonna send it with a big glide bait here, and this glide bait's kind of special. About 10 years ago, when we were working with B.A.S.S, myself and Aaron Martins were in a tackle store in Japan. This was the only swim bait left in this color. It's Japan only. And we were in there, and literally we both wanted it. We were literally playing tug of war with this swim bait here. And we said to settle it, why don't we just flip a coin? And I won the coin flip. But this swim bait right here has got Aaron Martins' fingerprints all over it. So here we are on Championship Monday, throwing it, try to win, trying to come back with a 2 pound, 10 ounce deficit. But we're just sending it today. I got 2 holes. This current blows through here and swirls around. There's a hole on that side and a hole on this side, and I could see them with my forward-facing sonar. They're like swimming through in big schools. The other day I caught one. It was a 2.5 pounder, and there were like 5 with it. I backed off through this swim bait, 4 pounder, 5 pounder, 6 pounder. I lost that one. But this morning I caught a couple, and there were a bunch with it. So I don't know if it's a timing thing, but I like this west wind blowing into these rocks right here. You know, you guys see me do it on Gunnersville, Ray Roberts, Lake Fork. Anytime you have wind blowing in against a flat face of a 45-degree rock surface, that's where big ones live. That's what we need today.
Wow, don't lose that bait.
No.
I don't know if I could throw that, I'll be honest with you.
That'd be kind of tough, wouldn't it?
Pike and muskie and that sort of thing. I'm a sentimental guy.
I liked his animated loss there.
To win where Aaron Martins won in 2017, his last B.A.S.S win, that would be something special as well.
It would be extra special. This was the big day for him with largemouth, day number 2. Seth Feider the day before had already shown us that largemouth were going to be a part of the story here.
Yeah, got off to a great start. The starting spot here for him on day 2. The wind made it perfect. It made it very difficult to fish, to stay on the front of the boat, and the waves coming over at times. But boy, the smallmouth were stacked up there that morning, and there was about 6 or 7 other boats that had the same idea, and Chris Zaldain just outfished the competition, and then he had it all to himself. He just kept fishing, kept catching them.
Yeah.
Added a late big one with a glide bait on day 1 for largemouth. Like you said, Tommy, it was a factor of his game plan each
that
day.
Swim bait bite feels so good. You're just reeling along and it's going left to right. Boom! Woo! Ah!
This is the area that he's fishing this morning. You see, these are largemouth, and that's his plan for today, to try to catch some of those bigger largemouth that he knows he'll have to have a chance to win.
Starting the day in 4th place, about 3 pounds back.
I like what Chris is doing. I mean, if you look at the weights and you look at what you have to make up, and with Ed having almost 23 and almost 22 pounds the last 2 days, both times having over 5 pound largemouth. Matt Robertson having a little over 20 pounds 3 days in a row.
Yeah, only angler to break 20, I think, all 3 days.
All 3 days.
Yep.
So you really look and say, for anyone from maybe not Chris Johnson, if he can catch 4.5 pounders, something nobody's done so far, but certainly from Chris Zaldain down, I think if you're being realistic, you know you have to have a 5+ pounder or 2 to have a chance. And we've not seen a 5 pound smallmouth weighed in this week, I don't think, have we? 411 is the biggest one I've seen weighed in.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything specific that's smallmouth related that big.
So do the math. Simply,
that's just
Chris Zaldain down, you're going to have a green fish, a big one.
And you can't expect on this body of water someone to slip and fall. Like the floor here for smallmouth is 16.5, 17 pounds. The floor for largemouth might be the same.
And maybe Ed, not wishing him any bad luck, or maybe Matt, but you don't expect to see both of them, especially with the consistency that Matt has had in the last 2 days for Ed.
They're the only ones without a fish so far. But
there's another big one that was down there I was trying to get to, but he decided to come get it. But he's fat. There's stuff happening over here today. See, I need a bit longer one, but like that.
Tommy, it is 8:20 Eastern time. He's been fishing for an hour and 20 minutes, and he has 4 keepers. He had a limit in 4 hours yesterday. Yeah. Much faster morning for Robert G.
Oh, absolutely.
His 4 3-pound plus fish, and he's taking over the lead.
He came back strong after that slow start yesterday, and he's starting strong today. Look at him right now, moving up into the top spot. Ahead of Corey Johnston right there, and Chris Johnston. A good bit behind Corey there. Those two have been the horses fastest out of the gate. Jacob Fouts moving on up, and Chris Zaldane will be back with more. Just a couple of minutes. Stick around. We do love New York. We are so happy to be with you here in New York on a Monday. Monday morning means Championship Monday. This one's sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. This Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite is the 8th stop out of 9 events in the year. You probably know that. Very, very important for points, as are all of our stops during the course of a year. It just becomes more and more urgent as we get closer to the final roundup. That's next week on the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. Gorgeous day here yet again. Only had one really bad day, and we didn't get to fish that day. It was so bad. That was on Friday, scheduled to be day number 2. It got postponed Saturday. Thus, we have Championship Monday. 10 anglers, as you can see, and how they are spread out on this vast, vast waterway here between New York and Vermont, state line in yellow right there running down the middle. Let's get out to Jacob Fouts, man. He has been Mr. Steady on those smallmouth all week long.
We saw him catch so many good-looking smallmouth yesterday. I was surprised his total weight wasn't a little higher than it was. Gosh, he caught a lot of I guess just a lot of 3.5, 3 3/4.
He was in a place that was a little bit more protected. This place, obviously, a little bit more protected yesterday too than, say, the Johnsons or
Chris
Zaldane.
Struggling, yeah.
Jacob Fouts having a tremendous year after a struggling year of 2023. Caught up with him earlier this morning at Plattsburgh right before the takeoff.
Excited, man. Champlain is, man, it's a lot of fun. Get to go catch some big brown fish today, man. We're going to need about 23 pounds of them to have a chance at this one, I believe. So we're going to go out here and get after it, have a good time doing it, and let the cards fall where they may.
Former big-time college star back in 2017, Bryan College in Tennessee, won the national championship.
He was the first angler, I believe, that wasn't an upperclassman to win the college classic bracket. Like he was a freshman.
Oh,
so,
freshman.
Yeah, so him and Jake Lee winning the championship in Bemidji, and then went down to Serpent Lake.
Yeah, that's right.
Serpent Lake. We saw a largemouth and smallmouth factor in that one as well.
That's right.
That fish gave him a small limit. He's in 3rd place. He will go into St. Lawrence either 12 points back of the OI lead or 20 if he wins or falls to 10th. So he's got a shot.
Oh, I bet I know who that is. That's our buddy Ed. No, that's Patrick Walters.
I was about to say.
Ed told me he was going to throw a topwater walking bait this morning. He had not done, but he had a lot of success with it in practice. Maybe him and Patrick got together for dinner last night. I don't know.
Patrick and Hamner have been alluding to their topwater bites that they've been trying to get work, but it's been so windy, it hadn't been firing for them.
In fact, I said that because I don't think Ed's caught one yet. I'm thinking he needs to lay that top water down, but maybe he's not even throwing it.
Patrick Walters, of course, his evolution into a really keen smallmouth fisherman here up north is well documented here through Bassmaster Live, among other places. We talked to him before takeoff this morning.
It's day 4, y'all. Championship Monday. Sitting in the 7th spot. We're gonna have fun today. Try to catch us a big bag of fish. We got some different wind, different conditions. Sun's finally coming out today. I think they're gonna bite. So we're just gonna go fishing today. Try to reel them suckers in. That's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna get that tail, baby. You can smell them already.
Oh, watch out when he gets a Snidely Whiplash thing going with that mustache now. It shows he's serious. Wrapped up his northern swing with a big victory last year at our next stop, St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario.
It's about, Such will have to look, but I mean, not only with B.A.S.S, but any tournament series or level of competition, opens, whatever it may be, that he fishes, it's like every 4 events he wins one. Like, you know, it's Murray, and then that followed up after he won St. Lawrence, and so.
Here we go. Corey up fishing for largemouth already. Didn't take him long to get a limit of smallmouth.
Right.
Yeah, it's a tournament. It's on TV this morning.
Yeah, Ronnie, with 6 wins, Patrick Walters has taken a win every 14 events, pretty much.
And that's just with us.
Yeah.
But other tournaments I mean, he doesn't enter other tournaments outside of B.A.S.S that he don't think he can win. I mean, he's rolling in there expecting to win. Anything else is a letdown.
Yeah, winning a B.A.S.S event every 14 tries, that's unheard of.
Strong.
Yeah, Christie was like every 13 a little while ago after his classic. And
yeah, it's like a season and a half.
Yep.
That's Davey Hyde kind of stuff.
I hope we see some of this topwater walking bait. I think he's throwing a jowler there. Ed, it really surprised me. He said he really caught some big ones in practice doing it and had thrown it just a little bit in the tournament. Like you mentioned, Ronnie, the conditions haven't been.
I know. They were on it pretty good in practice.
Too much wind.
I don't know if all those storms and that cold front really kind of buggered it up, but let's say when you got bit on it, it was.
I'll take some 4 and 5 pound smallmouth on top water on Championship Monday.
Yeah, wouldn't be bad at all. Back out to Chris Johnston. He told us earlier he'd settle for 4.5 pounders. Big handful of those, maybe 4 or 5.
Here he comes. Not in a rush. This could be a better quality. Came up so slow. Nope. Not the right one.
He's going to be going through numbers today.
Maybe a 3-pounder.
Every day of this tournament.
Foul. Foul.
So So hard. You got the best conditions we've had during the tournament all week for
slowly working our way up
offshore using your live sonar. But I could just see the expression on Chris's face. He wants to be up there just like Corey fishing for a largemouth right now.
It's like the old.
That one came up so slow. Sometimes
fool me once, shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Not going to leave the largemouth out today.
But it's also easier said than done. Oh, just go up there to shallow and catch a 5-pound largemouth.
No, not automatic. No.
Seth's done it a lot, and you can tell how surprised he was to have caught 2 in one day. Very unusual. So
giant bowfin.
Certainly not easy to catch one.
See that thing right here? The camera? I feel like he's little. That nasty thing.
Said it was a bowfin.
I feel like they're the right size ones. I missed.
Oh, it is. Got a good look at him there.
Looks like a sturgeon.
No, they have to be a bass.
Corey's got a running conversation going on with someone. Well, we just can't see that someone here.
Yeah, surely that wasn't his.
No, his
camera operator asking, can you weigh one of those?
There's somebody on the dock.
I think our guys are more in tune with the game than that. It was
they're pretty
someone
much
on a boat dock.
They're all over. Yeah, someone out there investigating what's going on, seeing what's up with the cameras.
We'll say we have a couple of our normal mainstay camera guys had to go home because we went to Monday. They have other travel obligations and other things, and so we do have a few fill-in new guys. You never know. They could be coming from Blue Marlin tournament. Who knows?
Could.
But
the first thing Corey said that kind of threw me off, I think, with Tommy, he was telling someone we're on fishing on TV today.
Yeah.
I don't think the camera.
Right, the cameraman did know that. We know
where is all this going? I'm sure. Where is all this going?
Where do you want me to send the tapes? Man, what a beautiful day.
It certainly is.
Our top 4 there, and Ed Locker. What's it take? You've been at Champlain. I've been to Champlain, but I've never gone as far south by camera boat as Ed is. What is that, about a 35, 40 minute probably?
It certainly all depends on the weather, but he's got good conditions this morning. Probably shouldn't have taken over about 40 minutes, between 30 couple and 40 minutes max. I think he stopped this morning though.
Okay.
He told me on day 2, he stopped real close to Takeoff and caught a 410 on like his 3rd cast. So I think maybe he did some of that this morning to no avail. Here. Chris got a good one on here.
It's a decent one. That fish was right on bottom in 44 feet of water. And he wasn't even separated from the bottom. He was just swimming on the bottom, but as soon as he saw that minnow falling, you could see him shoot up.
Just looking for number 4 here.
That's a good one. Still so unusual to be on a lake, even a lake this size and this deep. See guys catching them in 2 feet of water under boat docks and 44 feet.
Choked it.
Right on the bottom.
Yeah.
That's a broad spectrum.
Or 10 feet off the bottom and 50 feet.
Yes.
Yeah. That's like,
It's a good sign. and 4. 1, 2, 3.
Chris and Corey both spend a little time, as we've mentioned. We'll stop in largemouth looking spots here. We did not show you this. This happened earlier today.
Ooh.
Man.
A big one.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it missed too. Gosh.
I was hoping Bass Track was wrong, but if we knew he had 4 keepers and we've seen 4 smallmouth, I was hoping that this was one we just didn't get in Bass Track and we needed to add, but that was a loss for Chris Johnston.
Yeah. Good sign, though. Might be someplace to revisit at some point during the day. Might be necessary to do something like that. Let's get back out to Robert G. As we said, faster start than he had yesterday.
Yeah, if he catches his 5th keeper before 8 o'clock, he'll be about 2 hours plus ahead of schedule.
This is the Lake Champlain that is his favorite lake, though. You see, it's
Yes,
calm.
it's calm.
So we expect him to get a better start than yesterday.
Strong one. Oh, he ain't that big. He just got his mouth closed.
There you go, Ronnie.
There it is. Mark it 8:42 Eastern time.
Did he have one yesterday by this time? Maybe one fish?
Maybe one fish, but it was 11 o'clock
I'll put him in there.
Eastern time when he finally caught his limit yesterday.
Robert G. and Corey Johnston have now achieved their full 20 fish allowed limit of keepers for this tournament here. Of course, they'll be allowed to upgrade as they catch bigger ones through the day, and no doubt they will.
5 is
Just under 3 pounds, that one. He said 214.
214.
Got 1611. Biggest bag of the morning.
Good start.
Yeah, good solid start there. Put him in the lead, as we see right there. Chris and Corey right behind him. Jacob Fouts, well, he's going to be hard to shake off. He's been right here between 3rd and 4th all week long. Will Davis Jr. And all about smallmouth this week. Chris Zaldane, Matt Robertson, big time on the largemouth. So we got a lot of different stories, a lot of ways to get the job done here on this final day, this championship Monday. Lake Champlain at the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite Championship Monday here. Look at this place, Lake Champlain. How gorgeous is that scene right there? That was earlier this morning with the sun just peeking through the clouds there. TH Marine Weather Watch, yes, absolutely perfect room temperature stuff. Today, 73 degrees. What a great day to be in northern New York on a holiday of some sort. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Be out there fishing one of those 500 square miles of water that Lake Champlain affords us. When we went to break a moment ago, the leader was the rookie, the only rookie we have in our top 10 today, and that is Robert G. Usually we have a slew of rookies in the top 10 here at 2024, but Robert's the one who has pushed through. Let's get out to him. Got a faster start for him today than he had the previous day.
Interesting to watch him make that cast of that fish. That fish wasn't far from the surface of the water at all. That bait didn't sink. but just about 2 seconds before he started reeling.
God, they're mean, son.
Chris catching him on the bottom, 45 feet deep, and Robert's in that deeper water, but in this area, these fish are up close to the surface. All depends on the bait, where they are.
That'll go in, right? He has a...
That one might help.
One thing I've learned with Robert G, maybe because he's a Tennessee fan, I don't know.
What?
But he loves to just pat the belly of the fish.
Are you saying Tennessee fans are belly patters?
All I know is he is a Tennessee fan, and in his rookie year, I have noticed he loves to pat the belly.
For sure.
First, he wants to. Yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Oh.
There's one.
Oh, take a little glance back, a little pat.
That's a little on the side, side of the belly, that one, but pat.
Pat.
He's a patter.
Hey, he did say.
Here we go.
Pat.
Pat.
A little earlier in the week that they're built like him, so I don't know if he just walks
You
around.
think he pats his belly?
Kudos. Oh, kudos, baby.
That's what they do to that hound dog on the sideline when you're not looking either. I guarantee you. Guarantee you.
Scratch the belly.
Down to Ed Lochran. Let's reset Ed's story for you here. Ed's been out here fishing Bassmaster events for almost 30 years. Season going this year and was sidelined for the last 2 events down in Alabama with a medical issue and didn't know if he was going to come back. Got things straightened out, came back, and man, oh man, took over the lead yesterday, looking for his first ever win with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Here we go.
That's just a few minutes ago.
Half-ounce compact jig. I think it's a homemade version. Little small plastic crawl trailer.
Got another picture from a little earlier today.
This is the high spot where he caught his big fish yesterday. And one of his big ones on day 2. Couple higher spots on the vegetation and some rock scattered on this high spot.
A little better fish.
2 smallmouth.
Yeah.
Oh, the first one was too?
I think so.
Okay.
I was trying to look. I never saw nothing dark enough to tell me it was a largemouth. It looked like a smallmouth as well, yeah.
A little better.
Whoa. Coming into yesterday, 7 of his 10 fish were largemouth. Caught 5 more largemouth yesterday, so 12 of his 15 keepers have been largemouth weighed in. We've seen him catch smallmouth every day, and some days he's just culled out those brown ones.
The smallmouth run here.
Yep, and part of the reason I think yesterday, it's hard to tell with the light, the difference in the light, but it looks like the water is cleared a little bit from yesterday.
It was coffee colored.
When it got dirty, it got dirty during the day yesterday, more so than any other time this week. The smallmouth bite kind of went away, and he caught those largemouth. He'd been catching a mixture, but he and I, or he said, and I certainly agree that
Dead on, buddy.
stained water kind of hurt the smallmouth bite there for him yesterday.
Smallmouth you can do.
Although they're long here and short in St. Lawrence, you know what I mean?
Correct.
Like it's a weird, it's hard.
Well, got our eyes on Ed all day. He's got the biggest lead to start of any of our daily leaders here at this tournament here. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the legend, the Hall of Famer, Davey Hyde here. Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukon. We're all here. And Davey, we talk about largemouth versus smallmouth, but that's the story here. I mean, you've talked about it. Smallmouth throughout this tournament have had a ceiling. that is lower than that of the largemouth, and that's kind of what's driving the narrative here.
Yeah, our memory is just real short. If you look at the history of Lake Champlain, it's always been that way. An angler usually needed a few of those smallmouth bass to have a largemouth bass to have a chance to win. Last year was not that way, and I guess we all kind of thought, well, it's just become like so many other places where the smallmouth have gotten so big, you don't have to have those largemouth. But we see now that Lake Champlain is still, for a person to win a 4-day event, they need to catch a couple of those largemouth.
Yeah, the smallmouth a little smaller this year.
It really does seem seasonal. Obviously, with how winters are in New York, the ice melts, all the different water levels can factor, but also the post-spawn aspect of it. If those smallmouth are post-spawn and they're immediately post-spawn, they're going to be much skinnier. But if they have another week or two to feed up, maybe it's warmer quicker, maybe they spawned earlier, they can get to their full fighting weight for the rest of the summer faster. And so maybe that's what we saw last year. The dates of our tournaments, not much different, but that does not mean you can be, a week up north, Tommy, is like a month down south, how much it changes.
Exactly right. Hey, Such, Ed Loughran says he knows he's got to have 20 pounds today if he wants to win. Now, based on what you know about 20-pounders throughout each day, how many 20-pound bags are we going to see today?
Today, well, we had only 4 yesterday.
Yep. Oh, okay.
So maybe we'll get 2, maybe we'll get 3. We may not get any, though.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right. Every day's been different out here.
Yeah, but I think Ed knows that if he catches 20 pounds, his chances of winning are very, very good. He could win with 19 or 18, but 20, if you look at the numbers, if he gets to the 20 mark, it's going to be really tough for someone else.
20 pounds for him means that Matt Robertson, his closest pursuer, would have to catch his biggest bag of the tournament at 22 plus pounds. So that's always what you want to do, Davey. If you're going to lose the tournament or someone else is going to win, make them catch their best day on the final day.
Now you see Corey Johnston still up on the bank there.
Such, you might know this, or Ronnie, but Such, last year, how many 5-plus smallmouth were caught? Even though I think that's like the most.
The big fish, I think, was shared with Shakur with a 5.4.
Yeah.
And that was somebody else.
Got a good Lowrance bird's eye view kind of showing us.
My thoughts there are,
yeah.
A 5-plus pound smallmouth on Lake Champlain is very, very rare.
Yeah. Menendez had a 5.4. Brian Schmidt had a 5.1 largemouth on day 3, his mixed bag. And on day 4, Jacob Fouts had a 4.13.
See, but that's the thing, Davey, is they might not have 5-pounders, but last year you could catch 4.5-pounders and get to that 22 pounds without having to need a kicker because they were all that size. If you caught 1 4.5 this week, you'd be like, wow, that's the one that's going to carry me,
I'm thinking about the top 10 today, though, for them to do the math in their head.
No doubt.
Do they need to go catch a largemouth? And I'm going to say that
yes,
they all do.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Johnston sure showed he thinks that way.
Barring a slip, you never can account for what Ed's going to do or Matt's going to do. But if they do what they've shown they can do, you're going to have some kind of Seth Fighter 6-pounder on day 1, Kyle Patrick 6'2", something.
And I heard Matt, when he weighed in yesterday, saying, I'm really on nothing. I've been lucky to catch what I've caught. But he's been the most consistent angler all week. But he's caught 20 pounds and change every single day. But he was convincing when he said, I'm on nothing. I just got to go fishing by the seat of my pants.
Well, there's a great New York fishing scene right there. Ed told us, Ed Loughran, earlier, I'm doing my New York thing, which is find some grass, find some emerge grass, which is New York. I mean, everywhere we go, Finger Lakes, Oneida, Oneonta even. It's that formula has been the.
If you've never largemouth fished up north, it's amazing the way in the summer those largemouth love to get up shallow and roam. It's just super shallow and very clear water. It's not that way in the south, whether you're east or west, but in the north, those largemouth in the summertime love to get up there in that really shallow, clear water.
Get back out to Chris Johnson, who is back out a little bit deeper.
Yeah, I'm going to assume he's not largemouth fishing at this point in time.
Yeah, not there maybe.
I think, who said it yesterday? Drew Cook Said he caught one largemouth. He never targets largemouth here, always smallmouth. Caught a largemouth yesterday, but it was in 30 feet of water on a rock pile.
Single.
Lost.
Up to look at the boat.
There's a fish going up to meet Chris's bait right there. That's what you want to see.
Only about 10 feet out in front of the boat and 30 feet down.
Getting closer and closer. Surprised that fish didn't bite.
He didn't eat it. Another one down
another
there.
cast.
This is a big one if it's a bass.
Yep, his bait's going down right in front of a big one, 20 feet away. That fish is down at the bottom at about 42.
Collision course coming up. He's going to get it.
We need this one.
That definitely looks like a much bigger fish than the one that just didn't. Ooh, he missed him. Bait went up. Now his bait's going back down. Got him. Got him.
Wow.
Looked like a big one. Let's see. Nice one. Come on. I got him hog-tied here. He's going to come loose. Yep.
Oh, wow. Wow.
He really wants in the boat.
He wanted to keep pulling up and let him jump his way in.
He wants in the boat.
Looked like a good one.
Yeah.
That return was definitely maybe his best fish of the day.
Looks like it, yeah. If he gets him in the boat, he's been close a couple times.
And
there we go.
Decent one. Still not 4. He was not coming off. Decent one.
4-pounder?
I would say so, yeah.
1, 2, 4.
And people may think, you know, if he keeps catching big ones like that, he might not go largemouth fishing, but I'd say that the quicker he catches 1 or 2 more like that, he's going to have a whole lot more time to go do that. He's going to, when he has 2 or 3 4-pounders, unless there's a big school down there he thinks he can catch more of, it's like, I can pull the plug much quicker today and maybe go catch a 4-pound largemouth.
The 2 Johnson brothers, whether they admit it or not, are in a contest to see who can win their second Bassmaster Elite Series event right here today. So we'll keep score on that.
See, and I'll have to give Corey the nod. He always gets the short end of the stick on the Elite title deal, but now that he's won at the St. John's, he's also got an Opens win. He's got 2 B.A.S.S. wins.
Yeah.
You know, he takes the lead in that.
Wins, he's the lead.
I did an article where they're fighting that out. Who's got what? Chris says, I still got the money lead.
Can't tell. It's just a decent one. God, I thought he was a lot bigger.
Let's see if this will. He's got 5 smallmouth in the live well, right?
Yeah.
Smallest one.
3-pounder.
2 1/4, and that's a little bigger than that, it appears.
I thought he was way bigger than that.
He entered Chris Johnston's fish as a 311. He's got 1511 today. He started 9 ounces ahead of Robert G. He's within 15 ounces of him right now in second place.
There's Robert G.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. Look at him, he may jump in the boat.
He was doing a good job jumping, but that looked like a big one. 4-pounder.
Yeah. Oh man.
This might be another belly patter. Ah.
Oh my gosh.
It's hot.
Oh,
Wow.
Give me some, Dan.
That is a good one.
Holy nuts. Wow. Wow.
I don't know if that one's got a belly big enough to pass, but it is a long one.
Yeah.
God, that's a long one.
You might cut yourself batting that bit.
Get rid of his 3-0.
If I didn't, I would have been like, well, there was my 5-pounder, but he's skinny.
Yeah. Trivia question, real quick. Will he or will he not pat him on the belly? If so, how many pats?
Skinny 4-pounder. I
don't think he's going to pat that one.
No.
That's what I'm talking about, Jan. Yeah. If he was fat, oh my, he would be a 5.
Ooh, he's close.
He's 20 inches long.
Oh.
That's a calico.
He's a serial patter.
He's even got his cameraman doing it.
Wow.
Yeah, that was just for show, Pat. You could tell he was not genuine there. That was
not genuine adoration. It was just coaxed into it.
In slow-mo, it looks a little better, I must admit.
Got to 79 pounds even, 18.3 on the day.
I'm just still trying to figure out, is it pistachios, cashews, almonds? Which ones are holy nuts to Robert G? Which ones do he consider in high esteem?
I'm not touching that.
And another hopper on the line.
Another good one.
He is starting championship Monday just like he left off semifinal Sunday. He caught about 10 bass in the last hour of the day.
Yeah, he did. He went on a tear.
I don't know if he'll make the team. I thought he would, but he kind of shrunk in length.
Yesterday, he didn't even have a team
Kinda
at this
like
point,
me.
so that's a great
Shrunk in length.
problem to have.
Oh my gosh. He's feisty though. Just a hair short.
You're not a keeper, you don't get pat on the belly.
No, that's shame. Walk of shame. You don't get a pat. Robert G, though, look at that. Stretching out a pretty nice little lead right there. In terms of this competition this week, that is a good lead, but not uncatchable by any estimation. The Johnston brothers right behind. The leader to start the day, Ed Lochran in 4th place, and Jacob Fouts still up there in the top 5. Got another big day of great competition, tight competition, and good fishing here at the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite, Lake Champlain, Plattsburgh, New York. Our live coverage of Bassmaster Live brought to you by Skeeter all week long. Really enjoying our trip here. Everybody wants to come to Lake Champlain. So many of us, probably a greater percentage of our anglers list this as their favorite place to go bass fishing among all the tournament destinations that they see in a year's time and a career's time. 4 of our 10 anglers have limits. That would be our leader, Robert G., both Johnston brothers, and this man, Jacob Fouts, sitting on 5 fish now.
I don't know if all this fish catching is kind of catching up with him or what the deal is, but his size of Jacob
Not been
Fouts
big ones yet for him.
fish seem to be smaller today than the last 2 days. Still early, but man, he was catching a lot of 3.5-pound fish yesterday, one after the other. This one not that size at all. Still using a bigger bait, a 7-inch soft plastic jerk bait with a 1/2 ounce jig head. Looks like he's got some company here.
Yeah, what? A photographer.
A little unusual.
I assume a friendly one.
Yeah, I mean, wanted a close-up, I guess. Hey, the boat going right by certainly didn't hurt the fishing.
No, it's not.
Caught one
As
right after it went
appeared
by.
to.
He's only got 4 rods out, 3 on the deck and 1 in his hand, but I think he's only thrown that one bait with that one jig head on it all 4 days. I don't remember seeing him throw another bait, do you, Ronnie?
No, I don't think so. I think the only thing he's done is lower jig head and raise
The
jig
weight.
head weight, yeah.
Yeah, the size
And
of the head.
today you may be able to get away with a lighter head. It's hard to match a lighter head with as big of a bait as he's throwing, though. So that'll be the interesting deal. Is you want to match it, but like there's going to be a lot more drag with a 7-inch bait on a 1/4 ounce. But
yeah, he could
with
go to
it being-
3/8
yeah,
for
he
sure.
could definitely drop down.
But
Chris
not-
Johnston's used 3 different sizes this week, so.
Trying out some different picture frames here. Just the right one.
Oh.
There we go. They could hook one right under the boat.
Jacob Fouts this week achieved his 11th cut in a row.
This was one of the bigger ones in the school.
Strong end to his 23 and
And
all
it-
of his 24 season.
And Pete Robbins clarified even more. It's not only impressive he's done 11 straight, but that came off the back of 8 straight missed cuts preceding that. So you want to talk about turning your career around, but also the roller coaster of bad momentum and negativity and good momentum and maybe some positivity.
100th at the Sabine. He turned it around after finishing 100th.
A little bigger.
Yeah, that one will definitely help.
That's more like it there. Chunky one.
Let's get back over to Corey Johnston. Another one of our 4 anglers with a limit of 5 fish. Everyone else has either got 1, 2, or 3. So we're not, they'll all have a limit before the morning is done, I would predict.
All 50 had a limit yesterday, didn't they, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And 100 on both the first 2 days. Only one person on each day. Something went wrong.
Are you going to shout out those
Here we go.
2 instances?
No.
Corey's got a good one on here. A real good one. Oh, God, making a big old wake.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Jig in the face.
Oh, boy.
We're doing this all day, baby.
stud. Here's a 5-pounder. Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
First shot across the bow with a 5-pounder there.
Wow.
Donk.
I'm not saying Corey's going to win, but I think the winner will have to have a 5-pounder.
Oh, it's an early one.
Corey's going to have a couple of them probably, but to win. But there's one. Oh, there's that music.
Yeah, big enough to bring the music.
Yeah, that must be almost a 6-pounder. That's the Power Pole Replay of the Day music. Corey Johnson caught him a limit of smallmouth out early this morning and decided to go in shallow, and this is why you do it on Lake Champlain. The jig in the reeds. His brother Chris lost a big one earlier this morning, but Corey did not lose this one. That's why he is a Power Pole. In the Power Pole boat.
Yeah.
Power Pole Replay of the Day, Corey Johnson.
Here's a 5-pounder. Oh, yeah.
That is what we've only seen a few times this week, but certainly a big, big key to success.
Oh, the difference maker every day.
Have not seen a smallmouth all week that size.
No.
And Corey's caught a lot of them along with a lot of other anglers.
Good move by Corey Johnson to be there. Good result.
It's one of those things. Majority of Corey's fish, 12 out of 15 coming into the day, were smallmouth. But him catching a big largemouth yesterday, I at least saw one getting pulled out of his live well. That one big largemouth yesterday is the only reason he's fishing today. Because if he just caught a good bag of smallmouth, he's going to finish 11th, 12th, 13th. He slides in because of that largemouth.
There's Ed with a little top water action and a little line.
All right.
Yes, sir. Smallmouth.
Yeah, that was fun. Pliers.
Ed, getting it done, just doesn't have that big largemouth yet.
Yeah. He's
A lot of time.
past performance would indicate he's going to run across one today.
Is that 5 smallmouth?
I think so. I think you're
Smallmouth
absolutely right.
limit
Yeah.
for him, 14 pounds and change. Still not in the lead, but now he can start culling.
Corey having to climb all the way up from 9th place. That big 5-pounder only has him as high as 4th as it stands right now. And behind his brother, Ed Lochran and Robert G. Jacob Fouts also with 5 fish limit. We're just getting into our not even into our third hour of fishing yet. So we got plenty more action to come from Champlain.
Hey guys, Patrick Walters here. We're here in Plattsburgh, New York at stop number 8 on Lake Champlain. I've caught majority of my fish this week on the new Zoom winged fluke. Absolutely love this thing. It's the 5-inch. They have a new 5-inch and a 4-inch. I'm Demiki rigging this. I've got it on a 1/2 ounce head, a 3/8 ounce head, and a 1/4 ounce head. All different sizes. You know, if I'm up shallow, I'm throwing the 1/4, lighter sizes. If I'm out deep, we've just had a lot of wind this week. Typically, I don't like throwing a heavy head, but Champlain's been really good this week, covering a lot of water and making sure we're getting this winged fluke in front of a good one's face.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with definitely one of the top tier guys, the Bassmaster Elite Series, the one and only Patrick Walters. Patrick's starting slow today. Started down there and actually got a little lower, but he's going to change that. He's going to get his limit here before too long.
And I'd say
when everyone gets a limit, we're going to really know what to come.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. Him and Hamner are on similar programs, and they both have had really slow starts to their tournaments each day, but by the end of the day, they have what they need. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and B. Canella 85 has what he needs as well for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. The best team this week so far. Little bit of movement still to be had. We will lay out all the bonus points for Big Bass and for leading the tournament as well. So it's still not official, but on top, separating by just a few points, the top team. He's got Corey Johnston. He's got Matt Robertson fishing today, and the 3 that didn't make the top 10 cut still had very good finishes overall. Taku with a 30th place finish. Caleb Summerall barely missing the top 10 and 13th. Seth Fighter 22nd. He almost got the Big Bass Award points for day 1 with a 6-0, but Kyle Patrick's leading that with a 6-2. Obviously, Ed Lochran's led yesterday yesterday. We've had a different leader each of the 3 days prior to this, so it wouldn't surprise me, just like Smith Lake, if we have 4 different leaders for the 4-day event. So we will see. But right now, holding down the fort for the best team overall with just one event left. We're wondering who's going to win Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing for the season. We'll also talk about Falcon Rods Drain the Lake later and that season-ending award as well.
That's when you start to shine.
Yeah, that's when I'm going to bring up my stuff.
Business.
I'm not going to bring up.
Let's get back down to. We just saw Corey Johnston catch a big 5-pound largemouth there. That was exciting. Let's get back to his brother now, Chris Johnston. Made one little foray over toward the bank, into the grass. And had a big one come off.
They did.
Ooh,
so here we are looking at Chris Johnston's graph. Got a fish real close to the bottom, about 20 feet away from the boat.
I feel like
he's in 48, 49 feet of water. There's his bait going down about 35 feet.
Could be wrong.
Reel it up.
Reeling up. So looks like a good one too, to be that deep. There's his bait about 20 feet away from the boat going down. It's about 15, 20. There's the fish slowly coming up. Looks like a big one.
Ooh.
Slowly coming up. They're going to meet at about 27 feet. Oh, he's not real excited about it.
Eyeballing it a little.
Hovering the bait. Hovering the bait.
He got
it. Wow. Came up 22 feet off the bottom to meet that bait.
That's a nice one. It's a 4. It's really close to it.
You could.
And I thought
the last 2 fish we've really got a good look at from Chris on his graph. You could tell they were those 4-pounders. They definitely had a better.
Oh no!
Wow.
That was a 4.
Well, he lost a good largemouth up shallow, and that looked like maybe the biggest smallmouth he's had on so far today. Do you have him on your fantasy team, Ronnie?
No, I just thought that's almost his golden ticket to go largemouth fishing. Catching that one, that's a bonus.
Did he just try to figure 8 him after he lost him?
Oh no, no.
He's trying to hog time.
Well.
Is that a muskie? He did a figure 8 with his rod after he lost him.
Shake that off. He's got good conditions, man. He's got a way better setup than he had yesterday. He said he wasn't catching a third of what he ought to be catching yesterday because it was so tough.
Was it Wes Logan? Who said something just a day or two ago about Chris Johnson never losing a fish? Somebody just said that.
It was Wes. Yeah, Wes cursed a couple people yesterday.
Yeah, you should never say that.
No.
That's just like.
Get some more stitches in your head.
That is just like an announcer, a broadcaster, basketball player walks up. Man, he has hit 27 free throws in a row. Clank.
Miss.
They might have moved up shallow, or they could be up in 30 today. Who knows? We just got to kind of relocate them, I think.
Everything was textbook. He saw that fish, made 2 throws at it, got it to bite.
All right. That looks little. 3 of them. Should be good for a bite, though.
So not the day you, the start to the day you want there for Chris Johnson. Solid 4-pound, a little 4-pound plus maybe.
Yeah.
Smallmouth right beside the boat.
This is over on the bank.
Largemouth fishing a little bit this morning. That's a solid fish. Don't get a good look at it, but you can tell the splash and all. He still got it on. Still got it on.
Oh, right there. It was almost like when he was about to lift pressure to boat flip and it came off. And I would say today, you can't choose conditions. You control the controllables. You can't choose if it's going to blow wind or not. But I would say Ed Loughran probably wished it was blowing because it was pretty calm and fishable in his area. It may open up some bites being calm today, but everyone else has a lot more freedom and ability to maximize their potential with today's weather.
And you know, Angler of the Year has to be on Chris's mind. Losing those fish, although it's only a 10-point swing on this final day, but AOY this year could come down to 2 or 3 points. And
it could come down to Justin Hamner's culling infraction at Smith, where he dropped 3. So he would have finished 7th, got 10th. That it could come down to that.
Patrick Walters in a familiar spot, looking for fish number 2.
Calm down. Got one.
Chris Zaldane said, I'm not fishing for those smallmouth today. And Patrick says, well, I will.
Yeah, Chris wrote this place off early.
Can get him unhooked.
Back out to Chris Johnson. Got to shrug off another loss there and keep going.
Oh, there's a group of them at 80 feet.
Ooh. And at 30 feet on the bottom.
Just short.
His bait was going down a little in front.
Small.
Make another cast. Should see his bait here pretty soon.
Here it comes. Got a little
A little
far.
behind him, but you can recover. Just reel in some line there. Now he's dropping down. This is going to be right on
5, 6, 7
target.
fish.
25 feet deep. Group of fish. He'll try to hover that bait just above him. There you go. He's got it up. They were looking at it. Not the
No, but this
reaction
isn't a
you
good
wanted.
sign. We might have to go looking at some new water or stuff I found in practice that had some fish, but didn't quite have the numbers that this area did. But right now, smallmouth. If I'm finding I'm not really seeing many smallmouth and I got 18, 19 pounds, then I might switch it up and try and get one big largemouth. We had a crack at 2 this morning. We only did it for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, so I got a few kind of 1 or 2 fish spots that we can try. But there's hardly any bass here. They have left the building.
A lot of walleye, maybe.
Yeah. He's sitting at 16 and a half now. You heard him say 18, 19. Be the target, at least for this phase of his fishing day.
And it appears their strategy, Chris has got every point in his mind of going towards AOY, not only trying to win this tournament, but realistically, AOY is the big picture.
Yeah.
And he's not as prone to maybe gamble as Corey because he has to make up more ground. I can just try to win this tournament. It's certainly a long stretch for AOY and Corey at this point.
Not even the right species.
White bass. I could see where maybe if Chris and Corey talked last night and this morning about, yeah, I'm gonna go out there and try to play it safe for most of the day, where Corey's like, I can swing for those largemouth most of the day.
He's coming from further down, way further down than Chris to start the day. Nice place. They got both of them plenty of time for all 10 of our anglers who are out there today who worked so hard to make it to this final. It's Championship Monday, and Robert G., the rookie, on top, the only rookie left in our competition. That's a rarity in this year as well. Ed Loughran moving up into second place. Big move by Ed over the last hour there. And there you have the Johnston, Spouts, Zaldane, Davis, and all the rest. Championship Monday rolls on. We are going to push through this thing. Stroke, Bassmaster Elite, Tackle Warehouse. championships. Oh my gosh, that looks like work right there.
I thought that was a blow up on Patrick Walter's top water.
Dave Mercer loves to swim with the fish.
Oh,
I think that might be him.
Oh no! What in the world is that thing?
Meow. No, it's a muskrat.
It's a muskrat. Beeve. Oh. No, that's a
mink.
It's a mink. An otter and an ermine, something like that. It's an otter.
Yeah.
Whoop. Just doing what they do. Otting.
They are really good fisher animals.
Oh, they are.
Could be a
Clean
fisher.
the place out.
Yeah, you don't want those moving into your fishing area.
No, sir.
A whole family of them, especially.
I wonder what that looks like on your forward-facing sonar. Like if it was in the water swimming, you know? What's that look like?
Let's get it out to our tournament leader, Robert G., the rookie from Tennessee. We finding things out about him, and we've got to see him plenty this year, but he's a many-faceted guy. He's got a lot of interests. One of them is doing that.
I knew you wouldn't say it. I'll say it. He's a belly patter.
He is. He's a compulsive belly patter.
He has got a great sense of humor. When he finds out we're hitting on him about this, he'll pat the belly of even the skinny fish.
Ever since Smith Lake a month and a half ago, he has texted me and said, "What's up, Ronnie Pickles?" And Pickles, because of his Chick-fil-A comment, it's Smith. So he'll hold on to something. He's like, "I'll pat your belly." I guarantee he's going to say something like that.
An idea for a booth at the expo next March.
Yes. $1.
$1.
Belly pats.
Yeah.
We got to pay for our trip to Texas somehow.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to pay for his trip to Texas.
Yeah, he's
catching a lot of bass this year.
He is booking it.
Don't do that.
Smallest fish, 3 pounds, 6 ounces. That's getting it done this early in the day. Well, he's our leader.
Looks like another good one.
Oh yeah, Dan. Oh yeah.
Okay,
I'm about to
Ronnie.
get Taku out here on the phone and start singing that song. I want to go to Disneyland.
Only if the cold really pat his
Good thing
belly.
Taku ain't out here today so he can catch a 7-pound smallmouth.
If it helps him,
and crush
he'll
everybody's
pass.
dreams.
Yes.
They're contemplating in the studio if you're going to belly pat or not.
Number 5. Cole.
Cole, he'll do it.
There we go.
He'll do it.
310.
Does he? Really?
Oh, yes.
Small belly.
Yes.
Gotta get number 5.
Who's to slide up and win Rookie of the Year? We know what his highlight tape's going to be. Hook set, belly pad. Hook set, belly pad. That's just back and forth. We can work that up.
You might know a guy.
We might know some people.
There we go. That one's belly pat worthy, no doubt. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a backhand belly pat.
Give you a little sum too. There you go.
We gotta trace it back to Toledo and see if he was patting bellies back then. I think he did for a few. I think he did for a few.
Seems like
They were eating potato chips. I remember that.
Chris Johnston
making moves.
He's been talking about making a move there. Things not quite looking just right to him. Not seeing the fish he wanted to see.
He's going to stay out there with the smallmouth, though, the way he was talking a few minutes ago. Not going to fish the reeds like his brother.
Try to get some more smallmouth weight in the boat. I bet he does end up doing that.
Got all 3+ pounders in there. He's going to go look for some 4s, 4.5s like he had maybe 1 or 2.
That one he had jump off would have definitely helped him.
Oh, yeah.
Probably close to a pound.
Robert G is up to 79 pounds, 4 ounces. Made up his 3-1 deficit to Loughran. Loughran Almost caught him with that flurry. At a half-hour flurry, caught about 14 and a half, 15 pounds.
And I would say, if Ed doesn't call up and he brings in 14, you can mark it down as his worst day. That's a terrible day of fishing at Champlain. You know, like that's a 14, 15 pounds is solid most places, like baseline. Here it's, did you leave the dock today, you know? So I'd expect some changes as Robert G's hooked up again.
Oh, that looks like another really good fish.
Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
Gonna help.
Yes, sir.
Smallest one is 310?
2 3.5 pounders, 3.8.
3.8.
2 of them.
I don't think he'll help.
Be close.
$3.6.
No belly pad, no help.
No help,
Getting
no
out
pad.
of my boat.
Yeah, no free ride.
It's early in the day, but he's at the point that we saw Jacob Fouts and Chris Johnson at yesterday. You get to that smallest fish is 3.5 pounds. It's hard to upgrade.
It really is. 18 is.
And when
you're
you
getting
do,
close
it's
to
a
the top.
2 ounce here, 1 ounce there. It's just.
It's slow,
hit a
but
wall.
it could get the job done. That's.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the lead.
Ed Loughran started the day with the lead. Fishing away from everyone else further down the lake.
I think Kyoya Fujita last year had like a 2:14 lead going into the final day, and it got cut in half by Justin Atkins and Cody Huff. And other than that, it's been like a pound and an ounce lead for most every other person who's led. And then Brandon Polinick came back to beat, I think Jamie Hartman was leading going into the final day at 2020 at Lake Champlain, and Brandon Polinick was 5th, but he was only a pound 1 back in 5th. So to think that most top 10s at Champlain were within the same distance first to second was today. That's normal, you know, 1 to 10 is normally 2 pounds. So for Ed to have a 2 pound lead, that's monumental, even though that's conceivably easy to make up.
Doing a number of different things to catch his largemouth and his smallmouth.
And talking to him last night, he was going to mix it up more today.
Was he?
Throwing some top water, but he said he had a couple areas where he caught some fish in practice, has not been back there. And it's surprising to me because it's like most of the anglers in the elites, got some history on Lake Champlain, but the 3 waypoints on the high spots where he's caught those bigger largemouth, he found all 3 of those in practice. It's not history. He went down there and put in. He even said that he felt a little, I don't know if he used the word guilty. Lawyers don't do that very often, but he
don't say the G word.
Him missing the 2 tournaments, coming back into this event, he said, you know, and the rule is that you can't come back from, and gosh, I see both sides just like he was saying, but he said, you know, places, he normally fishes where we've seen Chris Zaldane fish a lot. Last year, I went through that area a lot. He spent most of his event last year there.
You know, 3 pounders, so I mean,
I
guess I'm a couple of monster fish away from having a chance to win, but my largemouth, for the most part, I've been catching them in the afternoon. So now, if I don't have anything at 1 o'clock, I'll be a little bothered. But I'm confident that they will start biting a little later, like they have been. But I'm still going to try one more largemouthy kind of spot right now.
But he said he went down there in practice to try to get away from the areas that he has fished in the past because he feels a little uncomfortable about being gone for 2 tournaments, coming back in with so much on the line, the Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year, people making the Classic. And it's worked out for him. Great, obviously.
That's consideration for those folks. So that's an admirable thing. Going to stop at the next spot that looks largemouthy, he said.
Didn't have to go far.
No, it wasn't far at all.
That's the good thing about Lake Champlain. You don't have to go far before it looks fishy. Largemouth or smallmouth.
What a great place.
Jacob Faust, obviously just snaking around out there. Looking for another group of fish.
Chris Johnson's sonar.
There's a few fish real close to the bottom, about 20 feet away from the boat. Chris made a cast. You see his bait going down. Bait's down about 35 feet. There comes a fish up off the bottom. Gonna meet it at about, yep, he's gonna hold it there. 40 feet away from the boat, 35 feet deep. He's hooked up.
Decent one. Okay with not getting many if they're better quality. Definitely call one out. Learn from the last one. If they want to come in, we'll just flip them in. It might help us a little bit. Gotta get rid of a 3-1. Bit me. 3-2. We got 1 ounce.
Chris and Corey Johnson. Chris second place in points as it stands right now. Traveling this season with his family. Got the whole crew out there.
That's a football.
Working for the cause.
That might be the biggest one of the day.
All right, Lake Champlain had a great day. Got my 2 buddies here with me at this weigh-in. We're finally up north, so they get to come to the tournaments. I got Beckett here, he's 7, and Bo, 4. And probably in about 3 or 4 years, they'll both be out fishing me. It won't take long. During this week, all practice, I've been saying these smallmouth are really skinny, and they're about a ½ pound light. But today, I finally found some fat ones. I'm throwing a jighead minnow like everyone else, but it is so hard to get that minnow 50 feet down in the water column and have them see it because they're moving so quick. So sometimes it takes me 20, 30 casts to get on a fish, but usually when I do, in that deep water, they're coming up and they're biting.
Nice and healthy. We're gonna do some culling now.
Tackle Warehouse Championship Monday, Lake Champlain. A lot of good fishing stuff going on at Lake Champlain all summer long, as usual. And why not? What a gorgeous place. Beautiful, beautiful scenery.
Was that Trey McKinney?
No, that was not Trey McKinney. That was not.
Get in the boat, baby.
We're working on a drag there.
Is that Greg DePaul?
No,
JT Thomas.
Hey, he's
there he is in the
that's
boat.
awesome.
Yeah.
So cool.
Oh, that vacation will be remembered for a long, long time.
Dad's going to get it unhung. I'm the one that paid $9.
If Dad goes in the water,
bait.
he'll remember it for a long time.
Is that a 110 plus 1? What is that?
Yeah, it's like I paid $9 for the bait and you got it hung third cast.
Yeah. Hey, heck of a Monday. I guess it's probably close to school time, so maybe it's the last Monday they'll get before school's in session.
No kidding, yeah. Robert G. trying to be the third rookie winner of the season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Right behind him, 14 ounces back, Ed Loughran trying to be the second over 50 set angler to win on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year. And the Mercury move of the day, yeah, Robert G.
Had a lot of fun with Robert this morning, mainly because he is the Mercury move of the day. We're always having fun with anglers catching bass. And he got it started early and often this morning. Like you mentioned, Ronnie, not so much yesterday. I had a slow start yesterday, didn't get his limit until 11 o'clock, but Mercury move of the day on Championship Monday. Robert G. Look at the 3.8, 3.13, 3.8, 4 pounds, 3.10. Total of 18 pounds, 7 ounces. I don't think he can win with that, but he's certainly in the driver's seat now, leading this event with a good solid limit if he can upgrade a few of those 3.5s.
We talk about the only angler to catch 20 pounds each day was Matt Robertson, but Robert G's not too shabby. 21-1, 19-15, almost 20 pounds, and then 19-13 yesterday. So right there on that 80 pounds, 81 pounds to win maybe.
Also in our top 10, Alabama's Will Davis Jr., second-year man, won as a rookie last year.
He's had a little slower start this morning, maybe change of strategy to try to catch some largemouth, possibly, being in this area that he's in right now.
He's had a couple 20-pound days and a 5-1 on day one, big fish.
Started the day in 8th place. Not that far out of the lead.
Was that 5-1? I think that was a largemouth. He's had one largemouth, Will Davis has.
It's a nice one. Smallmouth.
Yep.
Ain't no real big one, but it'll work. Trying to get that blood off his mouth before I put him in there. Video rascal.
Was that his 5th fish?
Third keeper.
Third. Ooh. It's not how you start, it's how you finish.
I'm starting to think that the wind, I don't think it's pressure really. I think those nasty conditions, we know how smallmouth bite in them, and even with it being tough to fish, they were biting good yesterday.
Chris Johnson dropping down on one about 30 feet from the boat. His bait's at 30 feet deep. Fish is coming up. He's going to hover that bait, try to get the fish to bite. Yep.
Little guy. That's what they're eating right there, spitting up perch.
That's a good example of, you can tell the return for that fish, on that fish was not as
not as big
as some of those others.
A couple of those, the one that came off for sure.
It's really amazing that that fish was 35, 40 feet deep, and you could.
Right there.
Oh, there they are.
Wow.
Yellow perch.
Yeah.
Meal of the day. Yeah, to be able to tell a 3-pounder from a 4-pounder 40 feet deep. Pretty cool.
That's strong.
It's a nice sized perch.
Yeah, that's
there's another one.
It's a mouthful.
I think he's coming to look at the boat. Apparently with all his friends.
There's his bait going down. The fish coming towards the boat. He's going to bite.
Yeah, aggressive fish there.
Yeah.
Found the hungriest one.
Right under the boat. Uh-oh. His head looked kind of big, actually. That'll help us for sure. That was not pretty.
See the other one's going back down?
I can see his head jumping here. My rod's over there. This one will definitely help us. Look at them all with him. I don't know if you can see that.
See him going right back down?
Couple of them. If we can get this one off.
When you need your team partner to drop his bait down.
Yeah.
Because it can happen quick. These ones don't seem to be the smartest.
I think cameraman Brian Evie's with him. You better keep an eye on him. He will drop one down and try to catch one.
He might volunteer. He might suddenly be a late entry.
It's a good one.
That one will help. Yep.
Yeah.
See, he's in a
quick
hurry.
work of that.
He's in a hurry to get back down there.
Where'd they go? Right there.
Gets one about midway back of the boat. There they are, 20 feet out. His bait's a little short, I think.
Behind them.
Yeah. And reel in and do that again. Just gonna pitch out a little farther, probably, hopefully he land about the 40-foot mark or so. Yep, there it is, between 30,
Yep.
It was 40, now it's 30. He'll drop down on him.
Okay, that's Chris Johnston in the foreground there. A bird's eye view, and Matt Robertson getting fairly close there.
That's two of the four Derby boys. You got the Johnstons, Robertson, and Fighter. Nothing good happening in that household, but they all made checks this week. I think the lowest finisher was Fighter, was 22nd. I mean, fantastic week for the Derby boys household.
Let's get back over to Will Davis. Just saw him catch one a minute ago. Looking to fill out his limit here.
A little bit better.
Number 4 there.
Should have never left.
Catch a big largemouth.
Yeah, that's what to say. Look where he is. That's
prime place.
Yeah.
Number 4. You're probably 3 pounds.
Davis is 23rd in AOY points, solid to make his 3rd classic. But Champlain, the halves, did a little bit better, made the number to qualify for the classics. A little bit higher, was
single one
about
on the bottom.
489. Now it's up to 495. Weatherall, Alex Weatherall, is the last man in with 440 points right now.
I missed both.
At 26, Wes Logan might be safe because he's got about that number of points right now.
Who's first out right now?
You go to Bob Downey at 43rd. He's 8 points back of Weatherall. And then you got Mosley, Gustafson, Kelly fell out, Shane LeHugh, Schmidt, De Palma. She could gain a couple points today.
Got that one too.
Little one. Oh, I think he just spotted Matt.
Yeah.
Like what? Huh? Grebe? Don't you think he took a little double take there looking back?
He sort of did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Neither of them do us any good.
Matt Robertson has only one bass today so far.
I saw that. That's very surprising. Of course, he caught, I think, his biggest largemouth. Well, he caught a good one early, but he caught his
17,
biggest,
Late,
other
late.
two biggest
It is
late
today,
yesterday. Yeah. That's, yeah, Robertson in the background there. Johnson in the foreground.
Boy, Chris is swinging them in.
Yeah. It's your Lowrance bird's eye view. He was a numbers guy yesterday, the numbers guy today.
Catching a few. Caught one decent one close to 4 there, and now they seem to all be little, but I kind of had to move from the area I was catching them yesterday. Sorry. I think I see a drum, but
Yeah. That fish
Gotta
at
try
about
it.
35 feet deep, 40 feet away, looks like a drum.
just need to keep moving around and try and locate a school of, and when I say a school, if this is a bass, it's a great big one.
It's coming up. It'll turn away though.
Sorry, there's one sitting under my boat. Yeah, when I say a school of bass, I'm not looking for wolf packs. I'm just looking for areas that a couple 100-yard stretch that has a few of them. Maybe go 100 yards and see 10 single fish. Those seem to be the big ones.
Some strategy there that we've heard at other fisheries this year. Not looking for groups of fish, especially at Smith Lake with those spotted bass.
Yeah.
Corey Johnson told me several times that those groups were definitely smaller fish. The bigger spotted bass were loners.
Mm.
You see that in the pre-spawn largemouth tend to be that way too. Those bigger females pre-spawn seem to be loners. When they're out suspended in the open water, when they set up on
seem like
cover or structure, they'll group
Could
up
be
a
a
little
bit
better,
bigger.
especially pre-spawn.
just haven't got my bait on them yet.
Chris got some fish right under the boat.
Mm-hmm. Loners harder to catch, right?
Yes, they are.
As a general rule.
Yep. They're harder to catch.
Comes a bait. I thought I saw the bait.
Yeah, I think it was, but I'm just saying that that looks like a drum. It looks, if it's a smallmouth, he needs that one. This one that's coming up as a bait, not the one I was talking about. The one below that is
right.
Yeah, that one that came up as a bait, he's hooked up. That did look like a smallmouth.
Decent one. It's not a 4, but it's a decent one.
Doesn't look that small.
I think this will help him. Pretty solid looking fish.
Yeah. No
kidding. Chunky one. Let's see what we got here.
Jighead minnow.
Three 6.
3-6.
Should help,
That'll
right?
help.
Yeah. And just a few feet away.
Bailed on the largemouth deal. We obviously knew that because he was close to Chris, but
yeah.
Stay down. Looks like a nice one. Weird shaped one. Big head in the middle. Oh, I about fell in. That should weigh 5 pounds. Look at the mouth on him. Should weigh 5, they don't weigh nothing.
Number 2 for Matt Robertson.
Yeah.
Slower start than he thought. He was going to leave all the chips on the table when he left this morning, he said.
Yeah.
All out.
I'd say the only thing, I mean, catch all largemouth yesterday and has over 20 pounds for the 3rd straight day. Maybe he thought catch a bonus smallmouth and then go boat docking when the sun's up. Who knows?
I think he's done a little of both
Yeah.
each day, but you maybe would have thought today he's all in on the largemouth. But that's easier said than done when you got one fish at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Robert G., man on top. Not much of a margin, though, ahead of our leader to start the day, Ed Loughran. Chris and Corey Johnston, 3rd and 4th.
So really this entire week I've been throwing a chatterbait and a little compact small jig that I make with a Missile Baits craw trailer on it. And the chatterbait and the jig I've both been fishing probably anywhere from 4 to 10 feet in grass, and it's got chunk rock in it. But I love this lake. It would mean a lot. I mean, the only expectations I had when I came to the Elites was, you know, hopefully make a couple classics and maybe win a tournament. I've been in the top 10 a number of times, so maybe tomorrow's the day. We'll see.
BMC on point could be the day for Ed Loughran. And Cliff Prince, who'd been sort of laboring in the vineyard for many, many a year, a breakthrough, Wheeler Lake, and get his first victory after many, many years of trying, paying the dues, just like Ed for the last 30 years. Not so many years here on the Elite Series as Cliff Prince has had, but certainly has been around the game for a long time. And sitting in a good position as it stands right now. Started the day with the lead and hasn't dropped too far out of it.
Be a good birthday week for him. He turns 54 on the 18th.
All right. Happy birthday, Ed Loughran. Could be a very happy birthday for him if things work out. Or will it be a rookie? Could be the over 50 set, or could be a rookie. We've had both this year.
He feels a little bit heavier. He feels heavier.
I don't remember seeing him catch a 2.5 pounder. Everything has been 3 and up.
Exactly. Yeah, it's blown.
All the way back to Smith Lake.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we were saying he's kind of like.
That's a solid one there. That's going to help him.
Oh, man.
That's what I'm freaking talking about. Damn, give me some.
Oh, I can see the excitement. This is definitely a belly patter here.
Barely hooked.
See his expression. He knows this is going to help. Any non-believers on the belly pad?
Oh, no, this one's going to
Only
get
if it calls, that's the rule of thumb now.
It's going to call.
That's his second 4-pounder.
Yeah.
4 even.
Nice.
He don't have much of a belly. If he did, he'd be a good one. But another head. I like the meatheads, boys.
Take you back to our last stop here on the Bassmaster Elite Series down in Alabama with Smith Lake there.
There we go.
Spotted bass bonanza down there.
Really was, and be honest with you, I thought Robert G was going to win this event. It took a monster bag and a big fish of the tournament for Taku to pull out the victory, which everyone loves to see Taku win, but Robert G certainly had a good plan. He was fishing on the lower end of Smith Lake. Not as many fish, not nearly as many fish catches as other anglers, but he had the right size and the right area.
And it's also a different deal for a rookie, Tommy. Toledo, he was in the top 10, but really not close enough to win-win. Like, he'd have to have a big day. And then the next time you get a chance to be in the top 10, you're leading with those guys chasing you in a tight turn. Top 3 were surrounded by 2 ounces.
Yeah.
And now this one, he is pursuing. Is that Champy in the background?
No, it's Champy.
And now he's
somebody
pursuing.
tell Patrick Walters.
Yeah.
Don't turn around. Yeah, it was. That's
now,
a progression.
now it's a different deal. Now you feel
Lake.
confident. You're 5th,
You're right.
and now you're chasing, you know.
Yeah. Having a slower than average day here.
Oh boy. Trying to get another one right back out there.
His third keeper going in the box here.
And he can do that because he does not have a limit, so he doesn't need a call or anything like that.
Certainly a quick turnaround for Patrick.
Yeah.
Slow morning, but 2 flopping in the boat. Things have changed. Maybe Champy's running them out there, too.
Yeah, it could be.
Spooking them out.
Could be like a good bird dog.
Yeah.
You get those
flushing them.
You get those doves up in the air. Chris Zaldane, familiar spot for him. Chris also looking to fill out a limit here.
Slower start for him, but I think he knew it would be when he skipped his smallmouth hole to start.
Yeah. It's a heavy smallie.
And catches a smallmouth in his largemouth place.
No, not really.
Take him any way you can get him, though. It's a nice fish.
Just a 3-pounder. Is that 4, right? 3 largemouth.
Don't let them run over you, Chris. Those bells and that horn, there's something coming through there.
Don't get tied to the tracks by mistake.
Yeah, that's all it was. I thought it was bigger. There should be a gang of them right there. Okay.
One swimming under the boat, but I don't think it's a big one. But I've been wrong many times.
Ed, saying he caught some on top water in practice, but had
we're
not.
Gonna fish this for about 10
Had
more
good conditions
minutes.
for it the last 3 days, but he certainly got it today.
Or quality. I've got some secondary stuff I'm gonna hit where I've caught some 4-pounders in practice, just wasn't big groups of them, so we'll have to cover a lot of water. But lots of water to fish, and we're not quite halfway through the day. Just need a couple 4.5s. We're gonna keep chugging along here. Only had one good bite today and lost it. Maybe 2. I lost a largemouth. The bigger ones seem to be down on the bottom.
Heard Chris say he's going to cover a lot of water. He is doing that right now. Trolling motor wide open. Robert G hooked up with another good one. Yeah. That's a big one. It is.
That'll be 3.5.
I think he's got it.
I do too. Oh
yeah, pre-pat.
Pre-pat. So it's their pre and post pat.
Yeah, that's
pre-patting it. Wow.
You know he's going to have
Nice
if it's a pre-pat. That's great.
A nice one. As my grandpa would call it. Alright, I gotta find number 4 and number 5. He calls by 2 ounces.
310 for a 3.8. Is that what he's saying, Such?
I think so. I think you're right.
There's one of them.
Well, if he's doing that, then the one he just caught, it may cull, but that may be his smallest now. You know, like he might have 2 3/8, or he might have a 3.8, 3.9. That 310 is not going to be like his second biggest. It's now his baseline. So he's getting closer to having 5 4-pounders. Yeah. He's going to have one of the biggest just smallmouth bags we've seen this week.
Yeah, we talked about how difficult it is once you get to your smallest fish being 3.8 to cull, and it's just a few ounces here and there. There we go.
I think the pre-pat, Tommy, is I think this will cull, and the post-pat is I know this will cull.
Did he have a summer job at the TSA? That's what I'm wondering.
No, they have to pat with the back of their hand,
That's
Tommy.
right, that's right, yeah.
I don't know when's the last time you've flown, but it's not always the back of the hand.
Big old beam them.
You think about those 2-ounce culls seem insignificant, but if he does that 5 times, 10 ounces can definitely make or break you at Lake Champlain.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, 2 ounces between 3rd and 4th coming into the day, 3 ounces between 6th and 7th, 1 ounce between 8th and 9th. It's one of those deals over 3 or 4 days.
It may get him to 80 pounds, but we had.
Well, you would look sharp going down the road in that vehicle right there. That's a 2024 Toyota Tacoma. Redesigned, looking good. We know about the great performance, that how long these vehicles last, the dependability, and you can win one. Scan the QR code for the Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes. You can enter daily from now and for the next month, longer than a month, all the way up to September 19th. The Tacoma Hit the Trail sweepstakes right here on Bassmaster.com. Get yourself signed up. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. Sponsored by Mercury. By Power Pole. And by Progressive Insurance. Get close to the halfway point of this 8-hour fishing day out here. Got good, tight competition here. The man on top right now, the rookie Robert G. Had a chance to ask him about what he thinks of his chances.
Holy crap. It's a decent one. Better than nothing. So yeah, this week I really have been using my live scope and a jig head minnow effectively, covering a lot of water out here on huge Lake Champlain. Pretty good one. If I can catch over 22 tomorrow, I like my odds. I feel like with the calm conditions that I've seen on my wind finder earlier today, that I'll have a good shot tomorrow at catching a bigger bag than I have the past 2 days. There we go, baby. Belly tap.
All smallmouth week for Robert G. Can he do it on the final day with all smallmouth? Is he going to try all smallmouth today?
Cracked 80 pounds unofficially.
Yeah.
80 pounds, 1 ounce.
He said I was looking for smallmouth Disneyland, nothing else. All smallmouth.
Dang.
It's 7 anglers start the day with over 60 pounds. So any of those guys with a 20-pound bag are right there with him.
That one did not get in the boat.
Nope. That one opted out on him. Let's get back over to Will Davis.
Was it?
Will in 6th place.
He hasn't burned a lot of gas today.
No, he hasn't.
Holding good hook.
Yep.
There's that long run.
We said locker and take about 40 minutes to get down to his spot. About 40 seconds to get out to.
Just wondering how much time he's going to allot or ride back in. Depends on if you go trolling motor or big outboard. Are you going to idle the whole way or plane?
Yeah. Big decisions.
He swung it.
Voted most improved this week. He was 82nd place last time around here at Champlain.
Wow.
Last year.
I thought you were about to say we actually had a vote. I was about to like, we got some guys to
we had a
agree on
one-man
something.
vote.
Wow, that
me.
is incredible.
We had a univote. Greg DePalma, I have not seen a lot of Greg today. Has been slow for him. Still trying to fill out that limit.
So different scenery for Greg.
Mm-hmm. Where he was yesterday.
Gosh, they're so strong.
Gotta loosen that drag a little bit now.
There, little guy.
Baby. There's a couple down there.
He's had a big week. He started AOI in 68th place. Right now, he's 49th, and he can gain a couple points today, but then the St. Lawrence is going to be his big chance to make the Bassmaster Classic.
He's got room to make a couple of points today. Have to have a little better second half than first half of the day to do that, but it's sure doable.
Clouds are moving in and getting a little darker.
A little squall line over there.
Probably a little too big to boat flip.
Go from one angler catching smallmouth back to Robert G, and it's just a different class of fish that he's around.
He is landed in the right place this week.
There are some people who have been around Robert, maybe not on the same spot, but in that general region, but very, very few compared to the amount that have been in certain parts of the inland sea. You know, like it is, it's going to be yet again, if he wins, a different part of Champlain that gets to show out. Speaking of Robert G, he is our unofficial leader right now. I wanted to bring it into the Marathon Bassmaster Studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. We talked about earlier in the week, what would we see? Maybe largemouth factor. We had seen the Nation event really put out some great largemouth. We saw that come to fruition early with Seth Feider on day one and Mike Iaconelli. When we think about the winning weight, how this event is now stacked out, with Robert G breaking 80 pounds now unofficially and a couple other anglers being right behind him, I think Ed Lochran only needed 16 pounds, 2 ounces to break 80 pounds. So I would highly expect this to be, if not the second, close to the second highest winning weight we will see from here. And one thing to denote, all largemouth in 06 when Denny Brower won, all largemouth when Timmy Horton won in 07, 3-day event that Aaron Martins won, catching both species. And then we had all smallmouth for Brandon Polinick at 80 pounds, 1 ounce, which is what we're tied with right now. 2021 was Brian Schmidt, had a mixed bag, a different time of year. This was in July as well. And then last year, just a different year class of smallmouth. They were much bigger, the average overall size. We saw kickers coming from the smallmouth category. You didn't need largemouth last year. So other than that, I would say that's more of an anomaly. That could be what the future of Champlain holds, but we see that 80, that 78 to 83, that 1 pound per day on average difference will make or break you. And so we're seeing guys already break the 80 pound mark. Ed Lochran's not even getting into his largemouth bite yet. If he does that this afternoon, it should easily be 80, maybe 83. It could be the second highest winning weight we see for an Elite Series event here. And it's also worth noting, every leader, Brower, Horton, Schmidt, and Fujita, all were leaders going in the final day. The only people to ever come from back in the pack was the 3-day shortened event Martins won, and Polinick, who was down by 1-1 in 2020 and was 5th place. So Robert G, he was 5th place coming into today as well.
We're going to see it all happen today. We're going to be with you right all the way up to weigh-in time at 3 o'clock Eastern.
G started 3-1 back. He just culled up another 4 ounces. He's made like 6 culls, half pound here, 4 ounces here. He's up to 80 pounds, 5 ounces, 19 and a half on the day, estimated.
Might make 20 with smallmouth. That'd be pretty good trick.
Yes.
His lead over Chris Johnson is 1 3/4, and over Ed, who he started again 3-1 back, 1:15. Lochran had that flurry for 14 and a half, about a half hour.
If we remember
another keeper since.
The only slip Robert G's had was that fork event. He went from top 5 to almost bottom 5. If he didn't have that slip, he might be our Rookie of the Year leader.
Could well be. Man, what might have been. What could still be for this man? The man from Tennessee, Robert G.
Ed Lochran just broke out the frog. So
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Looking for another 5-pound largemouth.
Ed Lochran, look out for him in the afternoon. That's when he's done his largemouth damage. You got to go with what's in hand right now, and it's Robert G. with closing in on the 20-pound mark on the smallmouth, and obviously in the right place to get the job done today. Chris Johnston actually is in second place. Almost 2 pounds behind him, though.
Is that? They got to be. Is that a smacking soundbite?
Yeah.
We got a little AI.
Right. Hey, we got some coverage coming up. We're going to go to Live Mix here for an hour, starting at the top of the hour. At 12 Eastern Time, Dave Mercer on location coverage. Who will be his guest? Tune in and find out. We'll be back here, Bassmaster Studios on the lake to take you all the way to weigh-in time. Weigh-in right here on Bassmaster.com as well. So a full day on Championship Monday. Thank you for being with us. We got so much more on the way. Check back as often as you can, or just leave it right here. We'll take you all the way home with this one.
All over it. Oh. Never fails. One shooting across the bottom. I just can't see us getting 22 pounds here.
We're gonna move.
Okay.
Get off of there. Here he comes. Three-pounder. Just another 3. Come here, buddy. Long and skinny. Like in the fall, that thing should be about a 4-pounder. I don't know why they're so skinny. Three and a quarter.
Little one.
I don't want to chase it. I like looking up.
It's like it gave up there at the end, didn't it?
Yeah. But whenever the line wraps around their fins like that, they're done. I don't know why. It's weird. We got a 2-4. Definitely bigger than 2-4.
Definitely.
Number 4. 3-6. Well, we're about to where we can go largemouth fishing, but I'm gonna just crack a few more just to see. There's a
I got a spot right over here I gotta hit for smallmouth. Them look smaller. That one right there, them look big. Off of them barely. It looks like some big ones down there.
Ooh, there's two snuck up behind the boat. I think I'm into drum, Brian. No.
One up by the surface.
Nothing.
get out of here. Just tie a jig on this quick.
I guess it's a daggone smallmouth. Drone. Let's go sling a jig around.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea to me.
Hey, Paul, we're making a move.
We ain't going far. We may just slide right there. Just try that. I don't think I fished those yet.
Just gonna idle us up a hair. Oh, I had it again. Yep. Come on, wind, blow. Blow hard. Give me a shot at a big one. fish, like white bass or perch. There's the bass. Bless you. About 15 to 20 more minutes of this and we gone. I hate this kind of fishing, Hunter. I hate it. If I catch 1-4 and then get back to the largemouth.
Welcome into on-location coverage, and part of the joy of on-location coverage is you really get to feel and taste the environment we're fishing in, and right now we got a little storm rolling through here, a little bit of rain. The final day of competition, we were supposed to be already up the road, but we extended our event because one day was canceled due to bad weather. So it is Championship Monday here in the great state of New York, Plattsburgh, New York. Discover Plattsburgh, a great host community here this week. And we have had an incredible event. A lot of the preconceived notions coming into this event did not pan out. A much different event. Largemouth, a much bigger player this time around. And this incredible playing field that is Lake Champlain always seems to deliver. And I am joined by my personal, the nice thing about being on location is you feel it and everything, and you sense what's going on, but you get personal umbrella holders. I feel like I thought Diddy made it when he had an umbrella holder. Maybe shouldn't have brought that up, but I am joined by Trey McKinney right here, and I appreciate you holding the umbrella because as soon as you walked up here, the rain started, and that's kind of the tail end of your season, unfortunately.
Yeah, it started to rain here pretty lately, but hey, look at us. We're good right now. We got the umbrella going. It looks like it's starting to clear off, so we're going to have some good weather here pretty soon.
Life is good. You've got one event left to go this season, and unofficially, a brand new leader in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. JT Tompkins snuck ahead of you by 1 point. The friendship, are we going to have problems when we get to the St. Lawrence River if it doesn't work out in your favor?
It's kind of hard to say because I told him, I was like, it was kind of unexpected because I really thought I was going to catch him. So I was like, I got 25 points to spare at least. I can hold my ground. And then when I got in, I look at him. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm like, okay, it's all right. We're just going to go. It's pretty well an even playing field. I wish it was on a largemouth lake somewhere down south. But, it's still an even playing field. We're just going to go kind of duke it out, see what happens. And, it kind of is what it is. I'm honestly looking forward to the next year and just kind of that fresh start and going in and letting all these things that we've had going on this year just kind of realize, like, hey, we got to have these little things going, have a good year next year, and it's going to be fun.
Do you think he really was sorry?
No. It's it's an expression. It makes you feel better inside, and I like that he done that. But we're gonna go duke it out, and we worked really good this year. Honestly, like all these lakes have been really good of us working together. So it's good.
We've seen a lot of you this season on Championship Day. Not this time, and I thank you for joining us, but let's have a look at our top 10 that made it through to Championship Monday. I used to say the very rare Championship Monday, but this is our third Championship Monday of 2024. But let's start it off with an angler who's a former Classic qualifier, even won an event in the kayak series this year, Yamaha Midday Report, and we'll kick it off with Greg De Palma from Millville, New Jersey. Got a lot of experience on this body of water, and was after day one was sitting in second place. But that big largemouth bite that seemed to have propelled some of these guys, does that shock you, Trey?
Honestly, it really doesn't. Like on one of these lakes like this, that if you actually have a lot of knowledge on this place, where you can actually have that safety bag of smallmouth and then go catch a big largemouth. And that's if anything, you see any kind of pictures of any kind of big bags, tournaments have been won here, it's 4 smallmouth and 1 5.5, 6 pound largemouth. So that's kind of the dream bag, kind of the bag that everybody's looking for, but it's super hard to get unless you have that one good key area.
We've had a different leader every single day of competition. Our day 2 leader, the Zaldangerous one, Chris Zaldane, an 8-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier, doing a lot of his damage with a big swim bait with a unique story. Obviously, Aaron Martin's, the final Bassmaster event he won was right here. The final competition event he had was right here. He's using a bait that him and Aaron played paper, rock, scissors for or something when they were in Japan to see who got to bite it, who got to buy it. And Chris Zaldane is using that 10 years later and may just pull off a victory here today. 71 pounds, 12 ounces. He is a lot of fun to watch on live.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like every day when I was going by, I would see him there at the cut, and sometimes he'd even catch one. So absolutely, that's a pretty cool. Even with the bait, I mean, that's an awesome story.
Great story. And speaking of big stories, what a story we got going into next week. People used to say that Patrick Walters, not a smallmouth guy. Well, he weighed in the biggest winning weight of smallmouth bass ever last year on the St. Lawrence River. We're going there next week. But he was cautious to say, I'm not worried about next week. I'm worried about today. He knows how rare these opportunities are. He's a 5-time Bassmaster winner and currently in 8th place with 72 pounds and 3 ounces.
I think that's a lot better right there.
Yeah, that's what we got our umbrella situated here. We are dealing with some stuff here, but we'll hold it together. Just like Trey's holding together the tail end of his season. Patrick Walters, an incredible angler and part of our top 10. But a guy who we haven't seen a lot of this year, but it's hard to believe. He's only been on the Elite Series 1 year, already an Elite Series title, and a 2-time Bass Nation National Champion, Will Davis Jr. Pretty young guy, but he started saying, I got to try keeping up with these kids. You're making a lot of young men feel old, Trey.
I mean, I guess this year was an exception. This year has been crazy. We got Guy in the top 10. Robert's a really good dude. I mean, John Garrett this year. It's been pretty crazy, and I think, like somebody said the other day, is pretty well all 9 of the rookies are in the top Classic cut. So, that's an awesome deal and then this year to bring, I don't really know. I forget, there's quite a few guys coming up this year through the Opens that are really dangerous. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes forward.
Doesn't get any easier here in the Bassmaster Elite Series. But Will Davis Jr.'s already made history being the only back-to-back Bass Nation National Champion, and I wouldn't bet against him doing it 3 in a row. He truly is a phenomenal angler. He comes from a fishing family. His dad, Bill Davis, famous for making a lot of lures. And have you got a chance to spend much time with Will?
I have not. I mean, I've heard of him, every once in a while on the bag line, say hey, something like that, but I've never had that that kind of contact together to talk as like a friendship wise. Patrick Walters, I've talked to him quite a bit. Super good dude, very dangerous. He's a very good fisherman, very, very. It's kind of one of the guys I look up to. He's really good with a jerkbait. Ever since I seen him on Fork and what he done there, I was like, that was one guy that I always had to watch. You know, when I got to see him and kind of talk to him in the weighing line, it was really cool.
Jacob Fouts, what a season he is having, his breakout season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. After a year ago, at this time of the year, he was concerned about being relegated out of the Elite Series. Not anymore, a whole different level of concern, and that is for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Unofficially in third place in that race right here, and man, he has had just a incredible season from start to finish.
Absolutely. Actually, I was at Chipotle last night, and I was sitting there in line, and he was like kind of looking at me, and he had his jersey off, and I wasn't really paying attention. And JT come up and talked to him. I'm like, oh, what's going on, buddy? And then we sat there and talked or whatever, and we wished him good luck. But yeah, he was there at Chipotle last night. Super good dude. He's quiet, but he's really good dude.
You never know who you'll run into at the Chipotle.
Absolutely.
Took a win earlier this year. You did, and as well as he did. Corey Johnson, a two-time Bassmaster winner, said that he was going to go catch 25 pounds of largemouth bass to me this morning. But I don't know, by looking at things, he might have just... is he fishing largemouth? What are we seeing here?
I think that's pretty well brown right now.
Jesus, so you're saying my friend lied to me?
I'd say, maybe he has a backup plan. Maybe he's just getting comfortable now, and then he's going to go whack some, mega largemouth.
It is unbelievable what him and his brother have accomplished in just 5 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Both of them over 20 top 10s. Multiple wins. Obviously, he's got 2. His brother's got 1, and today's not done, so we'll see.
Yeah.
And his brother is going to be a big problem for all you guys still trying to seal the deal on Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year next week.
Yeah, that's a really even if I was going to do good the other day and still be in the hunt like that, I mean, even being at St. Lawrence with him a couple points behind, nah. I don't want to be in that situation there. I mean, that's scary. It's unbelievable how good they are.
Corey Johnson made multiple top 10s already this year, but a guy fishing his very first championship day of 2024. Matt Robertson shouldn't be shocked. He made the top 10 here last year, and he said he was going to hammer him at the tail end of the season. And with one event into the last 2, he's definitely held his promise. Left the dock in second place this morning. Currently in 4th place. What do you take from Matt Robertson that you can apply to your career, Trey McKinney?
You kind of, make a statement. Have that one thing that kind of separates you from yourself. He is a good dude. I know FXR and stuff. We kind of have shared a house at one of the ICAST, so I've got to talk to him, everything else like that. Very, very. Good dude. I haven't really got to talk to him a whole lot on a personal level, but he's a very good fisherman. I know Kentucky Lake's pretty close to my home lake. He's very good there. It's about 45 minutes from me. He wins a lot of tournaments.
You and Matt Robertson sharing a house, that's weird. The odd couple.
He was not sharing a house, more or less. He come over for dinner a couple nights, and then, he was...
He likes a free meal. He does like a free meal. This guy doesn't need a lot of free meals because, man, he's been in contention of almost made the cut in his very first Elite Series event, which was before he even qualified for the Elite Series when we had Bass Fest. Then he qualified officially and almost won that event, got edged out by Rick Clunn on the St. Johns River. But Chris Johnson continues to punish them, and the question is, can he pull it off? Unofficially, he had pulled in within 14 points of Justin Hamner moving up to the St. Lawrence River. But today a critical day for him because he can lose points today and can't gain very much.
Absolutely, and that's even on the third day. Third day is brutal as well because you think about it, you're going in 10th place, whatever else like that. But in a place like this is the only thing I don't have much experience up here, and the only thing I can see that I don't like is if you have a little bit of an off day, you fall so far because there's not a whole lot separating yourself. So that's one thing, even on the top 10 cut, 8-9 points is huge on when you got only a 14-point lead on somebody. So that it's especially, every day is important on smallmouth. It's just kind of hard because you got to catch those same 4 1/4s to 4 pounders, and even at St. Lawrence, 5 pounders, here we call it. So, smallmouth is tough for me because you can't get that one lucky big bite and just carry you through.
Robert G. fishing his 3rd final day of competition, and Boy, when he makes the top 10, he doesn't just make the top 10. He threatens to win. He's been so close so many times. Are we going to see another rookie win here today, Trey?
You know, I haven't really looked at the weights a lot. I know he's catching a bunch of fish. Looks like he's in Mallett's Bay area right now. I mean, that's a really good area. A lot of big fish in there. Me and him was kind of fishing the same area, usually a starting spot. We both kind of shared it first of the morning, and it's kind of been off that last day. Yesterday it was pretty well. I think he only caught one there, and then he had to run up here to catch his fish, and I just didn't have much else. But yeah, it's honestly how many he's catching. There's always that chance of catching that solid 4 1/4 to 4.5 pound average, which is a big deal.
Well, he's had an incredible season, but another angler has had an incredible season, and he missed 2 events. Hard to believe this is just his 6th Bassmaster event and his 3rd final day. He's made we've had 3 championship Mondays this year. He's been in all of them. The barrister, Edward Loughran III. Is he going to lay the law on this body of water?
He's got a chance. I give him that. Fishing for a largemouth, like how he's doing right now. I know he's having a smallmouth right now, but out there on those kind of like rock veins, anything else like that, I mean, he could catch a 6-pounder right now. Like any next cast for him, how he's fishing could easily be another one of those big ones that he caught yesterday. So as you see that and has those odds, it's pretty hard to say what's going to go down, but he definitely has a really good shot.
Great shot, and he is our unofficial leader right now. 80 pounds and 8 ounces left the dock this morning with the lead. He has qualified for the Classic before and just missed a couple of events due to medical absence. Back here said, I did not want to miss the New York swing. Not fishing for any points, unfortunately, because if he doesn't miss those 2 events, I got to say it's his best season ever on the Elite Series.
Yep. Absolutely. Super good dude as well. I talked to him at, I think he made it at Harris Chain too, I think. And me and him got to talking back and forth, and super, really good dude.
A great man, and he's trying to hold it out for the mature anglers. 54-year-old Ed Loughran is your leader with 80 pounds, 8 ounces. As you can see, Robert G. right behind him, 80 pounds, 5 ounces. Chris Johnson was 78.9. How many of those anglers right there do you think have a realistic shot of winning this afternoon, Trey?
I would have to see their overall weight of right now, like their actual bag size, because here there's a pretty well cap. Like anything over 20, that's like a day. Like, like anything over that is a super good day. Now, Rob G, I'd have to see is like if he how much he has over 20 right now to be accessible with Ed. Okay, and what about Ed? How much does he have?
Robert G has 19.8.
Oh, okay. See, like that's the deal. Like 19. And then to be 80 pounds, 5 ounces, and he's still in the lead with 16. That's the hard thing to compare. Can it happen? Absolutely. But here, a 16-pound bag is very easy to get to 18. I feel like a lot of times because there's so many of those good, solid fish in here.
I mean, what happened to that brothership of the rookies? I mean, you're supposed to be back in your rookie.
Well, that's one thing. Like, 100%. I'm just on fishing for largemouth. Anything can happen. But I hope. I mean, Rob. that would be awesome if he's always been good to me. We've always, go out and eat stuff like that. It's always been fun.
Great fellowship here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Now out to Corey Johnston live. Lied to me. Told me he was getting 25 pounds of largemouth, and from what we've seen him, he's been smallmouth fishing. But maybe.
Got him. Is he sight fishing? Doc?
Not a giant, but he's a nice one.
This might be your largemouth.
Nope.
The whole Johnston family made the trip down. Mom, Dad, everybody here. Spreading butter tart love. I never knew in America there's no such thing as butter tarts. You never had a butter tart?
No.
Oh, it is wonderful. Wonderful.
That's a good one. Sight fished him.
Well, a butter tart is, it's just a little piece of heaven in your mouth is what it is. It
just melts there, don't it?
Yeah, somebody says it's like a pecan pie, a little without the pecan maybe, but it's very sweet. I had one right before weigh-in yesterday, and I don't remember the first 20 anglers, I got to be honest. Totally checked out. Corey Johnson holding up to his word and catching a few largemouth, but let's head over to a man more slick than an ugly stick. Matt Robertson told me this morning he believes he could outswim a shark. Not sure if that's true at all, but
it's kind of impressive how many he's caught, like 20 pounds a day off docks. I mean, that's kind of like that is very impressive. Like, you can say, like, okay, is he just knowing the right docks, or does it have a little bit of, like, you know, just getting those right bites? But that is very impressive on these, especially since the docks are pretty well. It's pretty easy to see which one the docks are the best one, so a lot of people hit them. So that's impressive.
In this lake, I thought there should be close to 4.5 or 5.
Skinny. That's been a big thing this week, is how skinny they were. You can catch like a real long one, barely weigh anything.
that will not be a problem next week.
No, them things are like...
Matt Robertson left the dock this morning in second place, chasing down his first Elite Series victory. He's got a win in the Opens. Matt Robertson would love to get it done here today.
It's kind of odd for a southern boy from Kentucky Lake to come up here and do well, but these northern lakes, man, they really seem to fit my style, fit how I like to fish. Oh, dang. Last minute 5-pounder, baby. Oh, yeah. Is that a cool? Is that a cool, baby? Oh, yeah, it is. I'm Matt Robertson, and one thing you may not know about me is I'm a married man. So sorry, ladies, you're gonna have to stay away from me. I bet you my wife really appreciates that, don't she?
Welcome back to On Location coverage. Gotta give a special shout out to the Adirondack Coast Visitors Bureau. Trey, one of the greatest parts of this job is getting to go coast to coast to some incredible places, and the Adirondack Coast Visitors Bureau, they got a palette to work with because this is a beautiful lake and a beautiful part of the world.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Make sure to check out the Adirondack Coast Visitors Bureau and swing by Plattsburgh, New York if you get a chance. Speaking of swinging by, let's swing by our tournament leaders. 10 remain, 101 started, but only 10 remain, and there you are looking at 1 and 2. Ed Loughran and Robert G. Robert G. fishing, both of them fishing their third top 10 of 2024.
Uh-oh.
G's hooked up a lot. Like, he's going through serious numbers of fish.
Yes. And, like, that's the thing. Like, he could be catching, like, the same fish, and then one be fat, and it be a half a pound bigger. Like, in practice, you would see, like, you would practice in one area of the lake, catch a bunch, skinny, and they actually be bigger, but you go to another part of the lake, catch a smaller one that's fatter, and it weighs more.
Robert G came so close to winning our last event. And according to Davey Hyde, watching live, Davey and Ronnie, they seem to be a little obsessed with the belly pat. Robert G likes to pat the belly of the bass. And hey, bellies ain't gonna pat themselves.
You're not gonna believe it.
Yeah?
I think he's gonna be a 3.5.
What do you think? Do we see a belly pot here? Or
I'd say if it helps, he's going to do it.
3.6.
You know, I don't know.
Nice.
Yep. No, he's going to chuck it back. Yep.
Yeah, he ain't recreationally belly patting.
No.
I mean, if it matters,
You
he'll
can't.
pat.
Yeah, there you go.
you
See, that's what I'm talking about. The big ones get the belly pats. I get that.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
He has had quite a week and quite a rookie season. I mean, all of you guys have had incredible years, but some of the highlights with him, he is always fun to cover. I mean,
yeah.
He just had a fish jump in the boat earlier this week, literally jump in the boat. The Chick-fil-A delivered to him at the last event.
I saw that. I was so jealous. I was like, oh, come on. Where's those Chick-fil-A sandwiches?
I asked him what we were going to get today, and he said, I guarantee you entertainment.
Yeah. At least it's calm out there for him. I mean, them waves, man, they make it so hard for that. Like, it was crazy. Yesterday, we both started on that same drift, and it was just, the waves were huge. And that's good. Like, that right there benefits a lot, trying to actually look for those fish that are roaming.
So this was the exact spot you started on yesterday?
There was. It's the one in the inland sea. If I got to see the background. If he's not in the inland sea, this would be like kind of the Mallett's Bay area.
By 12:40, if I hadn't seen any more, we're going to roll.
That's a huge thing, too, is like when the wind gets up, you can't run around much. So that's really good. If he gets to go hit his other areas to maybe catch a bigger one, that could give him the chance to win.
The way he's fishing, too. I mean, forward-facing sonar, obviously you know a lot about that. Wind is kind of its kryptonite.
Very much so. Like, I mean, and the thing is, like, if you're in wind, you almost got to go backwards with it, or you got to keep your boat in the, like, so you got to, like, drift sideways with it. And, like, I put my poles down, even if it's 50 foot of water, I put my pole down to slow me down, and then it just kind of rolls sideways with it, where you can actually kind of pan around. But if you go in them, you don't get much time at all.
Ed Loughran made his first top 10 ever right here on Lake Champlain a few years ago, and just for extra style points decided, hey, I did it with smallmouth last time. I'll do it with largemouth this time. Really talked yesterday on stage about you don't know what you have till it's gone kind of feeling. You know, he said obviously he had to take those 2 events off. Thankfully he's back here. But he said, man, just being at home, it was so painful to watch it all go down and just want to be out here.
It is. It's like I don't know, it's kind of like a livelihood, you know? It's kind of like you get out of it. I mean, it's not like, I guess you call it jealousy. It's just like, you know, that guy's out there going fishing, you know, on the lake I should be at. Like, I 100%, I could get that. I mean, even him right there throwing that frog in those mats, like, I'm jealous of that. Like, you can see one of them go, boosh.
Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Everybody wants to be out doing that. Fishing his first top 10 of 2024, Greg DePalma trying to become a 2-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier. Takeoff this morning said, I just need a decent one next week, and I think I'll have done that for the second time. Out live with him right now.
Uh-oh. Hear the braid.
I like that noise.
That was crazy. He wasn't moving the bait much. Very, very still. It's crazy sometimes smallmouth, once you, like, if you let your bait sit, they'll swim and see it and then swim all the way away from it and then swim all the way back to it and eat it. It's the craziest thing ever.
They're truly, I mean, I always use the analogy, like a smallmouth is like a cat. The way they are so inquisitive, you know, like if you have a toy and go toom across the carpet, a cat comes running. Where a dog, I mean, that's a lot more like a largemouth, a little, wants to make sure there's a little meat on the bone.
Absolutely. You know, like, that's going to be worth my while if I go over and eat that thing.
Yeah.
Looks like a thickin'. Got a little belly on him.
Because I always like throwing a jig, like same interest for like a cat. They'll just come up there and like, and then finally they go, thunk, and then start swimming off.
I should call one of them fish.
It's a nice one.
Started the day in 10th place, so pretty stress-free day. I mean, he said this morning, I need a monster bag to catch Ed.
Yep.
Which he does, but he also can't slip. You know, unlike
number 4 is going.
Some of the. So there's a call right there. Doesn't have a lot to risk today. Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely. Honestly, like, just trying to kind of, upgrade his pay, really. I mean, really, if I was in 10th place, that's what I'd be trying for. Of course, you want to win, but I mean, there's a big difference between 10th and 5th, you know, on a pay. So, I mean, that can easily, you know, one upgrade, something like that, can easily fund your northern swing.
Let's move over to Sir Pat's a lot. Robert G. making a move. And he said that when we saw him last. He said, hey, a few more minutes here. And we are rolling, and that's exactly what he's doing. Currently in second place. And, boy, we have seen a lot of him this year inside the top 5. It is incredible. To make top 10s is great. But, he has, every time he's been in the top 10, he's been in contention.
Very true.
To pull the title off.
Like Smith, all that. He's always been right there. And he's very
Smith,
good at this
he didn't
bike.
lose.
No.
Takumi beat him.
Yep.
When somebody catches the biggest bass of the tournament and the biggest limit of the tournament,
you're right.
Tough to compete against that. Doesn't happen a lot on the final day.
You're exactly right.
But Robert G. settling into a great Elite Series career. Obviously, he's going to be at the Bassmaster Classic. A whole bunch of you guys are going to be at the Bassmaster Classic. All 9 of you in qualifying right now. Now over to Corey Johnston.
No. Big largemouth.
Incredible angler. And 2 lifetime bans from hockey. 2. Yeah. And he's back now. He's back. He got back in the ball hockey league. Wrote a really nice letter. Did it that last time, but then got in another fight and got banned again. Uh-oh, never mind fighting. Ouch.
God.
Thought there might be another one underneath there. Sometimes they get in little packs. Dang. 5-pounder here is like gold.
Painful loss for Corey Johnson. And, of course, we're going to replay it. Ouch. From Corey Johnson, let's head over to our tournament leader, day 3 leader, Ed Lochran, trying to change the pattern. Every single day of this tournament, we've had a brand new leader, and he would like the leader to be the exact same as day 3 ended with, and that is him.
He just needs one more, like 4-pounder, 5-pounder. Sounds like make it sound easy, but it's not. But I got faith in him.
But he has so much room to move up. 16-10.
Very true. Yep. Yeah, the largemouth was crazy how much it played, really. Even JT, me and JT was talking, the day he had 21, largemouth. He had a 5 and a 4.5. So that was one thing that I wish I would have played with. Is the bad thing is here, different than the largemouth back home from where I am. Really target this cast, that cast. You have to be on target for it to really catch them. Seems like they're only on certain stuff, certain places for a reason. Back home, it's kind of all we got. So they're pretty well everywhere, underneath docks, brush, anything you want to fish.
Why do you think largemouth were such a bigger player this time around?
I think because the smallmouth wasn't doing kind of what they were last year. Were they? Yes. Now, they were out there roaming and stuff, but, them guys made it look like they were in packs of 40, all they just pack after pack after pack after pack, and they said they were fatter. So that's a big, just right there, if you add a quarter pound to every fish in the top 10 right now of smallmouth, that bag weight would change, over a pound a day. So that's a huge difference on just fish being more fat, healthy, something like that. Maybe it's just how this year's been. Honestly, a lot of people are saying they're having warmer winters up here. And starting the largemouth to have a longer growing season, or starting to, I guess, more of them. I don't know really how that works, anything. But I know, we went to Cayuga the other day, and on my way up here, and we just smoked them, the largemouth, and it was really fun. That was the first actual northern fishery I've ever caught largemouth on, so it was really cool.
Really?
Except La Crosse. Now La Crosse, I love La Crosse.
Yeah, it's a special place.
But that's the reason I like that, because I can catch smallmouth doing largemouth things. So it's really fun. You can just throw up there and catch them on a frog, everything.
Why don't you like smallmouth?
I don't know.
You're gonna have to make friends with them.
I am. I'm gonna have to start giving them a belly patch or something. But it is. I don't know what it is. I guess I get nervous because every time something happens, I'm like, it wouldn't happen on largemouth, anything else like that. But a lot of it's just I don't have a lot to separate myself. It's like it's always by ounces. I don't like that. It's scary.
Speaking of scary, let's head over to the Zaldangerous one, Chris Zaldane.
He's back
He
on
has lived and died in big bait this week and currently in 9th place. And that area has put out a lot of fish for him. Does it shock you that him keying in on one area like that has got as many bites, or that's hooked up live? Kind of a transient area.
Yeah, so right here I could see because there's so much current that kind of now it's crazy. This lake doesn't have current, but there is current. You know what I'm saying? So like the wind, if it blows hard one way or other, the lake's so big it takes the water and then it has to go back. So that actually right there has a lot of current. So I could see how fish could move in, move out, replenish, stuff like that. Actually, the first time I ever come here, I saw there was current, and I stopped there and caught quite a few smallmouth and stuff like that. So absolutely, those are pretty, known areas on the cut-throughs and stuff with current. So absolutely, really good place.
From Chris Zaldane, let's have a look at something that changed for the first time in a very, very long time, like the entire season, basically. Uh-oh. Trey, what are you doing down in 2nd place in our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race? Your buddy, your running mate, ahead of you by 1 point. Thank you for making it so exciting next week.
You're welcome. It is going to be an exciting one. He's very, very good on the St. Lawrence River. So, it is definitely going to be something. It'll be interesting. But, I'm looking forward to it. It is what it is type of thing.
Well, whoever earns the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year title in 2024 has accomplished something because, as you see, they've all been catching them all year long. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Back to on-location coverage. And, Trey, I'm going to prove that here at Bass Live, we're fair. I mean, we might have rubbed the salt in a little with our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, but it hasn't been all lowlights. Very few of them for you, in fact. And this, Lake Fork, tell me what we're looking at here.
An amazing fishery. An absolute amazing fishery. That place is, it fishes like a true lake, Like, there's not anything else happens. That's why I like it, because back home, that's what we got. We got little bitty, not little bitty, but that kind of lakes. And I could run around and just feel it in that tournament. And I've never really had many tournaments to do that. And that was one special event, when you could just feel it and be like, I need to go here, I need to go there. And big ones.
A special event is an understatement. That's where you became the youngest Elite Series champion in history, the 4th biggest winning weight in Bassmaster. It was only your 2nd Elite Series event. At that point, you must have been like, this stuff is easy.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. It was one of those tournaments where it was kind of, I didn't want to think about it. I just kind of fished and, I was like, whatever happens, happens. Surely it's not the one I'm going to win because something's going to happen. I'm either going to lose like a 10-pounder or something's going to happen. But when I saw the light, I was like, holy cow. It was an awesome event, especially when you get to catch big ones. And I love big ones now because usually they used to call me Mini McKinney. But now
McKinney.
Because I just like to get bites because that's all I cared about. I catch 12 inchers and be happy as anything. But now I'm like, I want to catch big ones since that event. So I've switched my game. I'm trying to catch big ones now.
Well, if you want to make the Elite Series, you got to catch big ones. And you qualified through the Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ qualifiers. A look at our EQ qualifiers we have going into this season. And things don't get any easier on the Elite Series if you have a look at who's coming this direction. Easton Fothergill, obviously leading. Dakota Bear, Cody Meyer. I mean, those guys are hardly rookies. Tucker Smith. Jack York, a lot of these guys you fished against last season, and what should we look at? Who should we look out for on that list?
Easton Fothergill. I know it's because of course he's at the top, but dude is really good. Incredible, honestly. Like you said, he is. Honestly, when he's got to almost make it, but when he does make it, it's going to really be interesting to see what he does next year. Like, that's one thing I'm really, really looking forward to. The other names, Jack York, really good fisherman, Texas guy. They're down that list, Dakota Ebear. Dakota Ebear is one guy that I've really watched a lot through the last couple of years. So some scary dudes coming up, and I'm kind of curious to see what happens next year. See what really how much they play a role on Easton Fothergill, to see if he can actually become or get close to the Angler of the Year, because he's very consistent, very.
Right now with our tournament leader, Ed Loughran, hooked up.
Uh-oh.
This could change things.
Oh. Maybe a couple of ounces.
It's a nice one. Fat.
£3 3 ounces, his smallest fish.
Well, you guessing it. Let's take a guess. Come on.
Maybe not.
Well, that's better than that. I'm going to say 3.8.
I think that's a good guess. I think that's good.
No.
I think I'm going to go.
You can't say guess.
Close, but not quite.
3.6. What? It didn't even help.
We're both wrong.
We're both wrong. Yeah,
job.
forget about that. Yeah.
Wow.
Camera made it look big. I'm judging it on that.
Yeah, the way he held it was not fair.
Yeah, it wasn't fair.
Wasn't our fault. It was all his.
He was big eyeing it for us, holding it way out there.
Let's head over to Will Davis Jr. Took an Elite Series win in front of his hometown crowd last year. And currently in 6th place here on Lake Champlain. Recovered, really, because he had a rough event here last year. You know, talked about that on stage all week. Said, man, it just really didn't go my way last year. And whole different year this year.
Yep. Uh-oh. Definitely a nice one. That's like the crazy thing. It seems like everybody's pretty spread out. That's a cool thing. I mean, really, everybody's pretty spread out on how they're fishing.
This fishery is intimidatingly large.
Very.
Even when you think you're somewhere close.
Yep.
Like you look and you're like, there's that point there. Let's just run up to it. And you're running for 10 minutes and you're like, we're almost there.
Yep. You're exactly right.
Listening to Will Davis. Because this looks like it could call.
Yeah, smallest fish, 212, definitely, I think. We said this last time. But I think so.
Yeah, I'm not even guessing how big it is.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I'm not either. We're just going to save ourselves.
I should have took my light out, hey?
Oh!
It's all right. He didn't have it good, though. See the bait hanging out of his mouth?
Yeah, I did see that.
Best way to get over it, just get back up and
hook another one.
Yeah. Will Davis said that these youngins are pushing him, and I don't even think Will's 30 yet. So it's people like you that are making him seem old. $4, tournament leader.
Mm-hmm.
Ed Loughran, Chris Johnson, Matt Robertson, and Will Davis Jr. And that gives you an idea of the weather. I mean, how different it is kind of everywhere. We got patchy clouds rolling through. I mean, off in the distance here, I'm seeing we got rain down that direction, and that's kind of the afternoon we're going to have. But as you said, this is finally a freedom type day in that you can just fish. I mean, you guys have dealt with a lot of wind here. Even on the days it wasn't supposed to be windy, it ended up blowing.
Like yesterday, I was like, I gave myself an hour and a half, almost 2 hours to get back because the waves were so big in the inland sea over on the south side where I was fishing. got to the cut, slick calm. I was like, dude, this ain't fair. This ain't fair. Like, what is going on with this? But, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
So you don't have a lot of big water experience.
Mm-mm.
Do we need to duct tape you into the boat next week? Or
Velcro
what?
seat.
Velcro?
You know how you just, and it like stays forever. Yeah, it would definitely be. It's just, I don't know. I get impatient because I'm like so nervous.
No, don't do that.
I
It's
know.
the worst thing to do in big water is get impatient.
Hit them, but then I just like, like I'm sitting there going like 20 miles an hour, and I'm like, dude, I got to catch fish. I got 18 pounds. I got to have 20, and this is going to be a 30-minute run. And then I get to like, oh, I can make over this one. Then I get faster and faster.
No.
And then one catches me off guard, and boosh.
Don't think that.
Every time.
Don't ever think go faster. I mean, you've had enough timing issues this year.
Yeah,
you do not want to rush
No
this
more.
tournament next week.
Nope.
Slow down.
You're right.
Nothing bad happens in big water if you slow down.
That's true.
Trey McKinney, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for, everybody's rolled on up to Waddington, and it's only a couple hours up the road, but I appreciate you sticking around to do this, and I can't wait to see the conclusion of this season. So shocking that it's already here. Time flies.
It does.
It does.
It does.
Who's going to win our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year? Come on!
I know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I can't just be that confident, man. Because then what if I say yes and they're like, well,
what if you say yes and you do?
That's true. Then that'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
All right. I'll ask you another question. Who's going to win this tournament? Trey, you're really dropping this ball.
I wanted to say Ed or Robert, but
we are going down in a hail of gunfire.
I'm just gonna go with Ed because he's at the top and he's got a bunch of time to gain. So
he took the leader. Risky calls from Trey McKinney, but I do appreciate you joining us on Bass Live.
Tackle Warehouse, Bassmaster Elite, Lake Champlain, sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Get into the last couple of hours of fishing here for these 10 anglers who have made it through the 3 qualifying days. The only 10 with a shot at the #1 prize this week. 8th stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series. We're at fantastic Lake Champlain. And Ed Loughran, looking for his first ever Elite Series win, is on top. Robert G., the rookie who has already won as a rookie. No. Looking to be the third rookie to win this year. I'm going to get it straight for you here. We had to take a break
so
here.
much going on.
Got to get things back up. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the legend Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan.
What were you going to say? Not legend, Ronnie Moore? You were about to say? No, I'm just kidding.
No,
go ahead.
Let's not get into what you're legendary for. That's probably the best way to go.
There's some words.
Anyway, guys, we got a real battle royal coming down the stretch here. They are thundering down toward the finish line, and I got no idea who's going to win this one.
I don't know if anyone does, but one thing that we talked about just a few minutes ago, this very true if you look at the history of Ed Loughran, but Robert G. this year we've got to see him a lot. They weigh their fish, and they're typically right on time with their weights, which is not necessarily the truth with a lot of bass track folks, but we're showing them unofficially only 3 ounces apart, and they're probably that or less.
All right. Ronnie, you were looking at what was going on over the last hour or two and kind of scratching your head a little bit.
I was just a little shocked to see guys like Matt Robertson and Ed Loughran, who really made a lot of big work yesterday and previous days with largemouth, give it like an hour this morning for Robertson, and then we saw him out there fishing for smallmouth by Chris Johnston, and then for Ed working the top water, catching smallmouth, but not nearly the limit that you would want. It's good to see about 20 minutes ago Ed start to catch some largemouth. He just needs one of those bites, and it's his tournament to win. But for something that got him there, most of their fish being largemouth, I was just a little shocked that they spent so little time and banked on the afternoon being their most productive time.
All right, well, there's some of that afternoon left, so we will be on top of that. Now, Such, with the points races, very, very important, of course, this time of year. Only 10 in it today, so not so much movement points-wise, but have there been any changes worth noting?
No, Chris Johnson is still 14 behind. Justin Hamner and Jacob Fouts is right there, 18 behind. I want to know, with only 2 days of practice, does this give Chris Johnson a pretty big advantage of knowing his fishery up there?
Yeah, I would say a shorter practice certainly gives the people with more experience on a fishery, which the Johnson brothers certainly have. But you have to keep in mind, we've been there a lot of times in the last decade. I mean, it's not like most of these guys haven't been there many times before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that some of those rookies that haven't been here for Elite Series competition or many opens opportunities, if they pre-fished, like Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, some of those guys, that will benefit them greatly.
How much practice are they going to have exactly now as it stands?
2 days.
2 days practice.
Tomorrow and Wednesday.
If they're going to fish the lake, do they have to? They don't have to launch at Waddington. They can go down to Clayton or wherever they want
in practice
to.
And go
in practice and go anywhere.
And I guarantee a lot of people putting in right there at French Creek if they're going to, you know, and all the way down on the point there, Cape Hatteras. I mean, there'll be a lot of Cape Vincent. A lot of folks putting in down there tomorrow.
Yeah, nobody's going to practice their run and figure out the exact time and whatnot.
Yeah, some guys will need,
relocate their leg.
If you don't know that, when to get gas, where to get gas, what you'll need run-wise, that's some negotiating too.
Yeah, that's something that the ones that went and pre-fished probably did all that ahead of time, which is good for them.
3 hours just driving around, yeah.
If not, they could be doing that today, the ones that aren't fishing today.
Right.
Ed Lochran.
Corey and Chris Johnston in the top 5. Of course, Matt Robertson in between those two as it stands right now.
Not going to help.
We have seen more smallmouth from Ed Lochran today than all his other days combined, I'd say.
A couple ounces short.
Ed's got 2 bass he's put on Bass records, 3.3, 2 at 3.5, and 1 3.10, the one that gave him the lead. Now, he weighs his fish. We know we've seen Robert G weighing his, but he may fudge a couple ounces here and there. So,
healthy area, a lot of bait. I mean, it's pretty much on the main lake. I mean, so it's not like it's way back in some pocket or something.
That's Ed Lochran talking.
But it's, I mean, this place is just healthy. There's just a lot of fish in this whole lake.
You can tell by the way he's looking at his graph, his waypoints, and the cast he's making now. He's fishing these high spots with the boulders on it right now. Gave it a big rest during the day today, doing some other things like you mentioned, Ronnie, fishing for, not necessarily just fishing for the smallmouth, but more likely to catch smallmouth, some of the things he has been doing earlier today. But this is where he needs to catch a big one. And the time of day that kind of like the last run through his best spots for that big largemouth.
Well, like I said.
And he gets a perch.
Hold on, buddy.
All but one of our top 10 have limits in the boat at this point.
It has been oddly tougher. Really has been.
Oh, very much so. I mean, you look at the weights. Best day so far, though, Robert G.
Saw Corey lose a big largemouth during our break from us being on live. Looked like it might have been on the bed.
So we mentioned Ed Lochran, Jamie Hartman, both coming back from their medical hardship, which froze their points. So they will be on the Elite Series as an addition to the field. The way we do that, our field size is 100 anglers, and anybody who has a Legends exemption or medical exemption is added to the field. So we know at minimum next year we'll be at 102 because we have 2 medicals. Okay. Depending on how many Legends we have, Clun, anybody else comes through that exemption, it could be 103, could be 104, something like that. So they're not fishing for points this week, even though they returned in the season. But if they win, obviously fishing for money. And next week, if they won the St. Lawrence, one of these 2 anglers, they can still make the Classic from that. Even though they're not fishing for points,
That's an instant
still
qualification.
winning in is still
Yeah.
still counts for them, even though they're not points chasing.
Saw that on the results when Ed was second place. It said 103 and then 0, and then it skipped down to 101 for the third place
Yes.
angler, giving out points.
Down south to up north, Jacob Fouts. About the spot where he started today, and the point position-wise,
Lost one
leaderboard.
space, one spot, one point.
Still got a couple hours of fishing time, but really surprised that he's had the slow day that he has. Boy, it seemed so easy for him the last couple of days.
Yeah,
with
it was
the
just
wind
clockwork.
was not really helping him at all. And you say, well, it just got too calm, but there's enough ripple on the water there for most of the day today that I don't think being close to those fish have been much of a problem because they could see the boat or see you too much.
Dude, I chased those two forever.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do that
long
very
and
much this
skinny.
week. Groups of fish were coming to him, not him having to chase them like he just said he had to chase these.
Jacob Fouts, remember, third place in points. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, unofficially.
You should call something though.
Fish is
He doesn't
very
weigh
thin. It's not going to weigh as much as it appeared it would when he first had it up close to the boat.
Jacob Fouts over to Patrick Walters. Got a limit, but not a lot of weight in that boat yet.
Oh gosh, I thought he came off. Goodness. Don't know what that was. We're all here in the middle today. It's gotta be number 3. Don't freak out.
Going to help him a little?
A little bit of help. Patrick Walters, let's get back to our leaders, Lochran and G. Locked in a battle for sure. 3 points unofficially separating them.
They both have weighed their fish and been really close all week, all year, really. And in Ed's case, for multiple years, he's usually really close to.
When's that award you get for being the?
Yeah, that's right. He does.
The closest.
Fast Track Contingency Award.
Is that what it's called?
$1,000
What's it
for
called?
just win. Fast Track Contingency, yeah.
$1,000?
Yeah. He's won several of them. Calibrated his scales to B.A.S.S scales, kind of.
0 0.
Point on as you could get. Get an extra $1,000. Why not? I think we'd have more reporting if we had a scale sponsor that and give them $3 or $5 grand or something to give them an impetus to be as accurate as they can. Of course, Dave Mercer wouldn't like that.
That's right. Takes the mystery away. Come on.
There's enough mystery with only having so many marshals out there this week.
Now the sun and clouds basically like they were this time yesterday. That watercolor is different for Ed.
Very different.
Very different. That's it. I don't know if that's the reason that things are going on a different direction today for him.
I think it's definitely the reason he's caught more smallmouth.
Yeah.
But something's going on with less largemouth, and it could just be he's beat them up. You know, this is the fourth day fishing those same areas.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Walters
Back out to Chris Zaldane.
Walters, that was his best catch of the day, a 3.5 pounder.
Chris, your leader after day 2.
Had some nice fish come in the afternoons, both brown and green.
That's a good one. A decent one.
Everyone in this field right now could benefit from a 4-pounder or better showing up at this time. Could really change a lot of the dynamics in so many ways in this tournament. Here's our Humminbird Unlock the Lake showing 4-pounders for the week.
Not a ton of them, but every lake has kind of the bar that we set, and for Lake Champlain this week it has been 4+ pounders. They mean so much. A lot of 3.5s caught, but that 4+ certainly the mark that you want to look for as an angler, and we've been curious to see most of them on that northern portion of Lake Champlain. You see those about 3 5-pounders caught down south, and that's Ed Lofton. The only one to catch
hanging
those
on to
fives.
that lead, but not by much. Just a few ounces separate him and Robert G. All of that's unofficial. The Johnstons are in there, and Matt Robertson as well. Got a lot more fishing to go, but a lot to settle also. Championship Sunday, Bassmaster Elite, Lake Champlain. Got about, less than 2 hours of fishing time. Let's take a look quickly at Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points right now, and our classic champ still on top, still the #1 threat to win this thing, which would be quite an accomplishment, being the 3rd angler ever to win the Classic and win Angler of the Year in the same year. Chris Johnston, not that far back though, and we are headed, we are in the north and we are headed further north after this. Just enough said about that. Jacob Fouts in 3rd place. He's out there fishing right now. Got a few points he could gain today. JT Tompkins, Trey McKinney, Jay Shakurit, and on down the list. They are done for this week, but they will be back in action next week. It's going to be a close one all the way.
It is going to be a close one. It's going to be very interesting. I can guarantee Justin Hammer a way to win Bass Angler of the Year 2024. Top 13 at the St. Lawrence River.
All right, there you go.
He can
Simple
control
arithmetic.
Did it last year.
All variables. Just go finish top 13. Doesn't matter what Chris Johnson and friends do.
This here is the Bassmaster Midday Report. Let's launch right on into it and get with our man, GDP Greg DePalma of New Jersey, having a great tournament here this week.
Absolutely having a great tournament. GDP, not a great day today, but hey, if you're going to have a little slower day, today is the day to do it. He has made some valuable points this week towards making the Bassmaster Classic. If he goes next week and just has an above average tournament, certainly can make the Bassmaster Classic, which I would think is his big goal, or big goal number 2. He's got another big goal here coming up real soon. He and his wife are expecting a baby any day now, so make the Classic next week. Go have a child, addition to your family. That'd be awesome.
Yes. One of the big stars of our northern swing last year, maybe the biggest star, Patrick Walters, winning up there in the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. Huge limit of smallmouth. Not a huge limit of anything today. He's just kind of been plugging along and stuck on 12 pounds.
He broke out the big stick swinging this morning, throwing the top order. We were all glad to see him doing that, but I think it set him back a little bit this morning, kind of a slower start. He's been known to have those slow starts, but he usually does a great job recovering. Like you mentioned, Tom, he's got about 2 more hours, not quite 2 hours left. So he's got time, but a little slower today. I don't blame him for a little different look this morning.
Yeah.
The weather was certainly conducive to some top order fishing, but it just did not work out for him. But he can get a lot done in the next hour and a half.
Chris Zaldane has sure spent some time being Mr. Excitement around here for sure. Day number 2 was especially good for him. Get into those largemouth then, but today's not been quite as fast, not as hot and heavy.
Very same and similar story. Chris Zaldane said, not even going to retie my smallmouth equipment overnight. I'm going to go largemouth fishing, and he did, and got a little slower start, but he's caught percentage-wise more largemouth today than he has any other day this week. Very familiar area right here where he caught a couple real good ones on day one. Broke out a special bait for us this morning. It was a bait that he said he and Aaron Martins flipped the coin over who would get the last one, and he's throwing it here this week. That would have been awesome for him to catch a couple 5-pounders in Aaron's memory, but that has not worked out so far. But there again, another hour and a half of fishing to go. Maybe it'll happen for Chris Zaldane.
Another huge player in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race. Third place as it stands right now. Jacob Fouts of Tennessee, man, Mr. Steady for the last 11 Bassmaster Elite Series events.
He has been, and he has been steady this week. To be honest with you, I'm more surprised by him having a slower day than any of the others we've talked about so far, because they made some changes, made some gambles to try to have a chance to move up and have a chance to win this event. Jacob Fouts has just had a slower day than he has the last few days we've been with him. He's been able to catch 3.25, 3.5 pound smallmouth with ease, but it's not been that easy for him today.
I know the last 2 days he's been able to, once he got it dialed in the morning, he says, look, I'm going to catch him this size, good size all day long, and he did. Something's a little different today.
Yeah, and then I don't understand it, to be honest with you, and I'm sure he's scratching his head also, because the weather looks like it would be easier on him to do what he loves to do, use his live sonar, fishing out deep, looking for these groups of fish. They're just not biting as well for him today. The last fish he caught, he said, I chased those 2 fish forever before I could get that fish to bite. That has not been the case. Those fish have been coming up off the bottom. His bait wouldn't get halfway down to him the last few days. A lot of those fish would just come up so aggressively, but it's not been that way for him today.
Alabama's Will Davis started the first 2 days, each of those with 20 pounds plus. Fell off the pace just a little bit yesterday, so trying to catch up today, but hasn't made a lot of headway that way.
Been off to a real fast start every other morning this week, jumping up to the top 2 or 3 positions on our leaderboard unofficially. I think he made a change this morning, obviously. Started in a different area, but I think he had in mind, I need to catch a few more of those green fish. We saw him in the marina area right close to Takeoff for a lot of the morning this morning. Was able to catch fish, but a lot of smallmouth up around those boat docks. It's just really unusual, but a good day. Made a little change. Didn't go up to the top of the leaderboard like he did a couple of days this week, but still a lot of fishing time. So many of these anglers are 1 or, like a Seth Fighter, 2 5-pounders from having a chance to be right there in the thick of things. But they are going to need, like Will Davis and some of the others we've talked about so far, they're going to need 1 or 2 of those fish to have a chance.
Will Davis currently in 6th place, about 4.5 pounds back of our leader, Ed Loughran at this point. Corey Johnston, all eyes on Corey Johnston. Fabulous record over the last 6 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Started this day down there, 9th place, and really moved up fast early on.
It seems like last year, Tommy, Davey, Such, that the winning weight was 86 pounds, and a lot of anglers hit that 80-pound mark, just 4 or 5 pounds off the pace. Seems like 75 is the mark today. A lot of guys are topping it around 75, 76 pounds. Corey even caught a bonus big largemouth. You want to catch largemouth, but that 5+ this morning really helped give him, hey, maybe I can win this if it works out.
Time of year, and we talked about it's not just the time of year, it's also the winters, how quickly it warms up in the spring. But if you think about it, 75 instead of 80 pound has kind of been the mark. That's a 1/4 pound per fish over 20 fish over 5 days.
Yeah.
These smallmouth look to be about a 1/4 pound lighter than they were last year when we were here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Corey Johnson won, though, that went and got a limit of smallmouth early on and then went up shallow and caught some good largemouth. That one in particular is a 5-pounder, and he lost another big one in 5th place, but another one of those big largemouth calls would put him right there, and he has spent a good bit of time up there trying to do it. Saw him lose one other nice fish that definitely would have helped him.
Matt Robertson rolled in here after a pretty brutal season so far for the man from Kentucky. But really has been super steady and catching the most consistent high weights. Only man over 20 pounds in the first 3 days.
This looks like the Matt Robertson we saw a lot of last year. It seems like he led, maybe only for the first day or the second day, but he led about half the events last year, and it has not been that way for him this year. Good to see him turn it around. He's caught 20 pounds and change for the first 3 days of this event and said, I'm on nothing. I'm just trying to catch a few smallmouth and then go catch those green ones. And I'm going to put it all on the line today and all in on green ones. And that lasted about an hour this morning. And he's been able to go out and be able to fill his limit with some smallmouth bass, but the largemouth have been stingy for him today.
Whenever the line wraps around their face.
Yeah, the weight shows at about 15 pounds and 11 ounces unofficially right now for Matt Robertson. Now over to Chris Johnston. Chris Johnston, number 2 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points unofficially right now. Big day for him. Not a whole lot he could gain points-wise today, for sure.
He could get within 12.
Yeah.
I think he started the day 14, and he was third place, so maybe 13, maybe 12. 12 would be great for him, but within that, he'll be within 20 points of the lead, and Justin Hamner will have to catch him decently well next week.
Not a lot of room for him to go up because he's had such a good tournament so far, but I think we haven't seen him up there looking for the largemouth as much as his brother because hey, I can't go up very much, but I can go down. And if I go down 4 or 5 places, that might make it really, really tough. If I leave the door open where Justin Hamner has to have only a top 20 instead of a top 12, that's a whole different animal there at the St. Lawrence River.
Well, just a few ounces out of the lead. Man, we have spent a lot of time in the boat with this young man, the rookie Robert G. Keep his reputation, his accolades just keep growing this year.
He's done a great job starting out the year at Toledo Bend, being on live several days there. He's been just fun to be in the boat with and to talk with. Good sense of humor, whether he's getting a Chick-fil-A sandwich or giving a smallmouth bass a pat on the tummy. He's been fun to be in the boat with. There we go.
Like that.
He has certainly been fun.
Is it
and
tummy
a great
taps
fisherman.
or belly pats? Tummy taps or what?
Yeah, what is the difference between a tummy and a belly? Maybe
tummy tap and a
the
belly pat.
size?
I'll say, I was engaging, on social media with some folks who were saying that this isn't their favorite style of fishing to watch. But I said when you watch Robert G do it, it does make it fun. He is very talkative at times and definitely he's happy to be fishing.
That's a great point right there. A lot of guys, you feel like they're locking out the world.
Yeah.
Including us sitting there behind him. Yeah. He brings us into it.
Hey, we've seen some guys that flip shallow and don't say a word, but those guys who flip shallow and talk to you, it's the same type of thing. But Robert G, man, ounces from a couple wins this year. Could he get it done today?
And our leader, Ed Lockridge, started the day with the lead. Big day on day number 3, and a lot of that wheeled around largemouth and not so much in the way of largemouth action, especially to start the day, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, big change for Ed this morning, and you noticed it, Tommy. The water clarity definitely changed in the area there for Ed, and you would think, wow, that's going to help all of his fish, but it certainly has helped the smallmouth, but not the largemouth. And I don't know if the water clarity has affected them as much as just the pressure. He's got 3 key areas, 3 waypoints that are high spots on this grass hump. Some boulders mixed in certainly make the little waypoint areas special. These fish replenish pretty well on this lake, but you start catching 4.5 to 5.5 pound largemouth on this lake, they're just not everywhere. Even if they do replenish, they're not going to replenish with those 5.5, 5 pound, 12 ounce largemouth very often on this lake. So we'll have to see. Ed's done a lot of other things today to try to just catch enough to win. He was looking for the 20 pound mark to guarantee a win. He is not there, so I don't think he's got a guaranteed win.
That goes to show you there, guys, that if he can catch a 5.12 largemouth, he can catch a 5.7 largemouth, and someone like Robert G or Chris Johnston can catch all smallmouth and be able to maybe beat him, that says how quality a smallmouth they're catching. At the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, wanted to talk about the main man, Ed Lockridge, our day 3 leader, trying to do something no one else has done this week, and that is lead 2 days on Lake Champlain. We've had a different leader every single day, and I wanted to show a little bit of Lake Master mapping in 2 general regions. He's got a big bay to work with, a lot lot of anglers who made big risks and gambles this week down to Ticonderoga were calling Ed and saying, we know you're not up here with us, but are you down in Ticonderoga? He is not quite down that far, but in his bay, one thing I like, Davey, is we've got multiple shades here. The red, obviously, is the shallowest it gets. We've got a little bit of separation from 1 foot contours. The green is that mid-depth, 6 to 15 feet. You get the teens to the 20s is yellow. He's got a lot of depths to work with, that he can fish for smallmouth, fish for largemouth. It's a great opportunity for him to bounce back and forth. A lot of points as well, and then it dumps off into the main channel in the dark green. I wanted to show one more aspect of his area. I just messed it up there a little bit, but one more aspect of his area is those high spots we talked about earlier this morning that he was using topwater for smallmouth. They're pretty noticeable on Lake Master mapping if this is the exact spot, but long expansive area of the same general contours within 5 or 6 feet, and these high spots in green, and even that one that's not green, it's still higher by 2 or 3 feet. All of these places are great places that within this expansive contour that these fish have something different to go to. It's a little bit shallower, maybe the vegetation's growing up on it, maybe boulders off the side of it. There's 4, 5, 6 different areas that these groups of fish can move to, whether it's wind, water clarity, or bait. We've seen perch come in factor for him. So multiple places that we got to poke around on Lake Master mapping and see Ed Loughran's sweet spots. Don't tell Ed, but he's got the best bay to himself. That is one big thing, is maybe it wasn't the best area, but it was an area that he had all to himself, which is huge on the Elite Series. You never get that.
Always huge.
Had one local in a boat yesterday, a bass boat around him some yesterday, maybe fishing a club tournament or something, but it wasn't another elite angler, but just one local in 4 days. That doesn't happen very often.
Ed with a good understanding of northern largemouth, northern fishing in general, New York fishing, even though he lives in Virginia. I think in the world of bass fishing, Virginia is considered a northern state almost.
That's that line.
Yeah.
You can even see on the bluff wall over there, some of that could be waves, but you can see the water level from where it was much higher a month or two ago, and it's fallen a little bit to get back to normalcy.
It would be interesting to know, with a south wind as strong as we've had, how much out of level, so to speak, that a lake like Lake Champlain could be. How much water would push north with that hard south wind for multiple days? Would it come up 6 inches?
It's like Lake Okeechobee where we talk about that. That's where we see it a lot there with it being a bowl.
But a place this big and the
no doubt
strength of the south wind we had for the length of time.
Again, Ed Loughran, medical issues for the last 2 tournaments down in Alabama. Had to go sort of on injured reserve. He is back now, back with a vengeance, trying to win his first elite.
I was out for 2 tournaments with a medical issue, kidney stones, solely from dehydration. My advice to everybody, drink a lot of water. It will fix 90% of your issues. First time I ever fished this lake was 1991. This is the first elite event that my family have been able to come to. They did come to the Classic when I fished it in Fort Worth a couple years ago and did well. That was terrific. It's just been a big party every night at dinner, and it's been very enjoyable. So it's very important to have them here, and both kids are now going off to college, and so I'm hoping that I can just pull one more 20, 21 pound day out of this place and maybe bring home the trophy.
Championship Sunday rolls on, effectively about an hour's fishing time left when you fold in the travel, etc., different for different anglers. Lake Champlain is the place here at Plattsburgh, New York. Our live production sponsored by Skeeter. We appreciate their help on that. We'll be able to bring you some gorgeous pictures like this and some great fishing in one of the world's great places. Your leaderboard as it stands right now hasn't changed much in the last hour, or at all, really, in the last hour. Ed Loughran still with a, unofficially, 3-ounce lead over Robert G. Those two in a statistical tie at the top. Chris Johnston there in third, a little ways back. Everyone else a little ways back there. Matt Robertson, of Corey Johnston looking to move up. Our marathon peak performance, though, it's got to be, Davey, our man Ed Lochran, our leader.
Yeah, you look at that day one. I talked to Ed about day one. We will get to talk to him about day 4 here in about an hour and a half or so. But look at 19-1. He said I backed off with the fish a little bit. I thought that's a good start, 19-1, and he came to weigh in. And just like so many days, you go to the Bass Series Elite weigh in and you go, wow, they caught him better than I thought. Day 2, 22 pounds, 15 ounces. Obviously, a big, big jump for him, but he said, man, I'm concerned. I pressured them too much. I caught them, too many of them. Day 3, they're still there. They replenished, but maybe that's the case. Day 4, he has really leaned on those fish in the last 4 days. Marathon peak performance, especially day 2 and day 3, Ed Lochran. Moving around a bunch now, though, so still got time to make day 4 a marathon peak performance.
Is that a little bit of a part of the pressure of trying to win one on the final day, this extra movement around?
Honestly,
we see that more than once.
100%, but you know, Ed's only been on the Elite Series for 6 years, but he's been tournament fishing for 35 years, and you've got a chance to win the biggest regular season trophy in our sport, doing everything he can.
Well, he's got time to catch that one key fish that could do it for him.
What's it like, you know, leading a tournament like this, knowing that you got 9 other guys who have been fishing really well this week, chasing you?
I mean, I know that I need about 20 pounds right now. I've got about 17, so, you know, right now I'm dropping several spots, quite possibly out of the top 5. So what I need to do is just catch a 4.5 or a 5 pounder and at least give myself a chance. And, you know, I mean, I think it's a distinct possibility that I will do that. So hopefully I can catch one right here.
Ed was saying it yesterday. I know I got to catch 20 pounds if I want to put this thing away. Not really exactly the case right now. He can upgrade a couple of pounds, get himself up to 18, and might be able to cruise on home with this.
How much time you estimate he has left?
If he catches a 5 pounder now,
he'll go right in.
He'll go right back. That'll all depend on, you know, how he feels like how
long does his run from how far down? Half hour?
With how slick it is today, probably 10 minutes at least shorter.
You know, 40 minutes.
We are going to get hit by some rain shortly.
35, 40.
He's down to his last half hour fishing.
Yep.
Breaks up, which...
He's, if I'm not mistaken, he's on one of his best little rock high spots right now. That's got vegetation all around it. His next few casts here will be very important for him.
Davey, is this a good recommendation for anglers coming to Champlain or big lakes like this? Is you got a lot of miles to cover, 14 miles wide, 100 miles long, a lot of places to go, smallmouth, largemouth. Ed seems like he went to an area and just fully broke down that area, and he's got 10 confident spots within this area. Obviously, you picked the wrong area, it doesn't matter, but find you an area at Mallett's Bay, find the bay that Ed's in, go to Ty, and that's where I'm gonna stay.
That was always my approach. Some anglers want to try to look at the whole lake, even if it is a lake this big. I try to pick an area, and if day one practice, you pick an area and it's not the right area, you have a terrible day one practice, I'll pick another area. Sometimes I've had really good tournaments on places that it was my day 3 pick for the area I was going to spend my time in, but then each day of the tournament you could learn more and more about that area. So yeah, to try to run around and fish the whole lake, especially a lake anywhere near this size, it's just impossible in my opinion. Some guys try to do it.
Last set of showers are crossing Champlain right now, mostly the southern portion where he's at. Don't seem really heavy, but
sitting a couple of pounds back of the lead. Chris Johnson has made a move. He's gone shallow again. We saw him lose a good one shallow first thing this morning.
If you remember, we saw Matt Robertson catch a good one on this stretch of docks. Corey's been down this stretch of docks. A lot of guys have gone down this stretch of docks the last few days.
I hope he gets bit right here. It'll be interesting.
Wow.
That particular pitch went over two
Over the
ropes. That would have been fun to watch.
You didn't want to wait that one out.
Could be a big one. It's a good one.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man.
Oh, yes.
Plot twist.
Huh. Maybe we should have went largemouth fishing earlier. It's not quite as big as I thought, but he might get rid of one. I did almost go for a swim.
There you go.
It's nice to catch a green one.
Smallest
4
is 3
pounder.
4. And there's an upgrade.
There we go.
4 pounder.
It's a big upgrade.
3.6.
For the solid limit he had.
Yeah.
Probably should have been fishing
That's
these
his
for
deficit in
2
half.
hours because I haven't upgraded in a while.
If you got 16 pounds and you upgrade 12 ounces, that's one thing. But
Huge, yeah.
you got 17, 18 pounds, 12 ounces.
Yeah, you're a player.
And we saw day one Mike Iaconelli. He said caught those big ones, marked them, came back later and caught a small one off the dock and said, okay, these docks could replenish and reload. So even though people have fished down this stretch the last few days, we've seen some guys in our top 10 doing that. They obviously are reloading and plenty of fish up there.
Gave him 79.5 total. He's got almost 18 today. He's got a 3.4, so he needs like a 4.5 because he's 1-3 back of Ed Laughlin right now.
These largemouth will roam the bank. They're just, in the summertime, they love to just roam that shallow, clear water. But when the sun, you can see where Chris is at. The sun has popped out there. Had a lot of clouds around that area most of the day. But when that sun pops out like that, I think it'll push those largemouth up under those boat docks. That's why you can come back in a few hours and maybe a fish that was roaming around is now set up under that boat dock because of the shade.
If not this week, that fish may help him next week. He gained a spot back into 3rd place where he started the day. Matt Robertson had passed him.
It's going to be a fun week next week.
Will we see another Century Belt, do you believe? Conditions-wise?
Yeah, sure, if we have good conditions. But I'm just saying mainly the AOI, the Rookie of the Year, they're so close. I think it'll be day to day. You'll have changes.
It's so interesting. They're gonna have a lot less fishing time.
Yep.
Than they would have. When you're down closer to the lake, you can get out there in 10 or 15, 20 minutes. If you're doing an hour and a half to 2 hours each way, you're losing half your day. And so you think with 4 hours, 5 hours each day, 20 hours 16 hours total, something like that, they can get it done?
Yeah, I don't think we'll have 3, but I think we could have 1.
Yeah.
Jay
I
did it the
think
first
we
time.
could see 100 in the river, but...
Yeah, like Jay did it just right around the corner, in Chameau Bay area. Ooh, is that a big one? I don't look like.
And Patrick went a long way.
That's where I was going to go next.
Yeah.
I think there'll be some guys that'll, and I don't wish any bad luck on anyone, but Patrick made a long run from French Creek.
Yeah.
There's going to be some guys that say, oh, yeah, go over to past Henderson or go over there. Those long runs from there, that's a whole different animal from Waddington, New York.
Yeah.
I think some guys will try to do that, and it'll bite them. Maybe it'll work for 1 or 2, but Patrick was 70, 80 miles closer, and that was a long run.
Yeah.
You get some guys saying, oh, I'm going to make a long run. It's a long run just to get to the mouth from where they're putting in. Kyle Welcher, that's a long run from Clayton, New York. People are going to try to do that from Waddington. It's a whole different animal.
You can't have boat issues like Cody Huff experienced last year. Get back, get it fixed, and get back out. Last year he had to do that. He said he had, you know, on day 3 he had a full 8 hours, and he caught his 26 pounds. He thought he was on the winning fish. The other days he had like an hour and a half tops.
Kyle Welcher did the same thing.
Yeah,
I remember
last day.
standing
That's
there
why he
on
didn't get 100
blacktop
pounds.
with him in the service yard, you know, and then he was able to get. They got him fixed up, put a boat in, and take off.
Almost got to 100 pounds.
That won't happen from Waddington.
No.
Will Davis still in 6th place here. Had that downturn yesterday that really hurt him a lot. About 3 pounds lower than his pace the previous 2 days.
That one will help him.
Yeah, it should.
What's going on in the head there, boss?
It's been a tough one, is what I think.
That was a good largemouth. I thought he had gone in when we went out of frame there, but he was miraculously stayed in. That's not a huge bass, but boy, it cut his deficit in half to our leaders right now. So Chris Johnston making an important move, and that is, in the scheme of things, a big bass. Someone wins today on Championship Sunday. Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. Live coverage brought to you by Skeeter. We got some more fishing time left to go. Not an infinite amount of fishing time by any sense. Depending on your travel time, it could be very soon that you need to start thinking about anyway, moving back.
I'm a little late. Skeeter Boats BFA Big Fish Alert.
Whoa.
Corey Johnston's 5-0 from this morning. Helped him climb from 9th to 5th place. He's got 17 on the day. Our big bass of the day as well.
That one's bigger than Champy was on the map earlier.
Yeah.
Way bigger.
Huge bass. This is a retrospective Big Fish Alert.
And with the big fish, especially when he's up there with a flipping stick in his hand, pitching in those reeds. Oh, this is maybe Corey Johnson? Big Fish Alert. About a 5-pound largemouth. Power pole replay of the day.
Yeah.
In the power pole wrap boat with a flipping stick. Unanimous boat. Power pole replay of the day from this morning. Corey Johnson.
There's a 5-pounder.
5-pounder.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, bro.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. That one is held up all day. Still the Phoenix boats, the big bass of the day.
Caught his limit of smallmouth early and went shallow. It's the way to get it going up there shallow. Needs another one or two of those to run his brother down here this week.
Still got 2 guys very tight at the top. By far the tightest we've seen at this point on the final day this year. Ed Lochran. Got a few squalls going across the lake from west to east this afternoon. He's in one of them right now.
Showing only 3 ounces difference, and both of these anglers do weigh their fish, and they're historically very close to their actual weight. So
I was just looking at it in the commercial break. Ed is bona fide the most accurate man in bass fishing. He has won that contingency for the Bass Track prize of the first 2 days of the tournament, being the most accurate for his weight. So I trust he is very, very accurate. And Rob G he was a 1/4 pound light yesterday and 1/2 pound light the first 2 days on Bass Track. So in reality, only off by about 2 ounces per fish at worst. You know, when you're 1/2 pound light with 5 fish, you're right there at 1 or 2 ounces light. So he's also what we would call accurate. But if he is 1/2 pound light,
yeah,
that's 1/4 pound. That's 1/4 pound good. You know,
even makes it even more interesting.
So you're saying Patrick Walters with 13.8 down in 9th place as a shot?
I think he's got 26 pounds. Patrick Walters does. Yes, you know, if it's normal Bass Track, he'll somehow
before
he'll pull the rabbit out of the hat, and the rabbit didn't even know he was in the hat. So
it's the kind of magic Dave Mercer is looking for, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, do you think Chris Johnston is low, Ron? He's 1-3 off the lead. He's got the 3-4, 3-6, 3-10, 3-11, and a 4-0. I mean,
Chris is
could be within
almost
ounces, all
always
three
low.
of them.
Chris is almost always low.
I'd say he's closer to 18-15 than 17-15, in my opinion, which would put them
right at the other two.
Or 3 guys within a quarter to 6 ounces, yeah. I feel like more than most boat ramps, the Plattsburgh City boat ramp there has the most heartbreak. Whether it's Elite Series guys missing out on qualifying by 1 point, I've seen that in person. You need this guy to weigh 18 pounds, not 18.2, and he weighs 18.2, you know, that kind of thing. And then all of our Elite Series. This will be the closest Elite Series event this year, no doubt.
Yeah.
Will we have another late hero catch like Takumi Ito?
Right.
Yeah. Both of those were going to be really, the Alabama events were going to be really close. Cliff Prince had only about a pound and a half lead.
Too.
And then Taku, and then he was only up by 13 ounces before his giant. So both those were late, last hour catches that bumped him to 3-pound victories.
We've had good late catches here this week. So.
Matt Robertson yesterday.
Yeah, hang on.
5-pounder at the very end. Got about 50 minutes until check-in, but most of them have anywhere from about a 20 to 30-minute run back in. Let's say 15 to 20 minutes for sure. I think Ed started his journey back up north.
If he stops at that place where he maybe caught that 410 earlier in the week, that could be a fishing spot instead of just running straight back in.
Right.
Probably on purpose. The Johnstons are kind of in the same bay together, watching out for each other in case somebody needs a little help getting back in. I'm guessing.
After 4 long days of fishing, you can just see the urgency in Chris.
Yeah, he's fishing way faster than everyone else in that quad box.
Let's see if this one will bite a shot.
Go get it, baby. Please get it.
Will Davis.
Some nice Cramerson drag. There you go. He says sight.
It's also worth noting, if Chris Johnston were to win, he wouldn't do it on all smallmouth. He needed the help of a largemouth to be able to make that gap up.
There's a good one.
I think that's why we've seen him put it in another gear. He caught that 4-pounder.
Yeah.
Like, wow, another 4 or
this is doable.
Possibly a 5, and I could win this tournament.
Yeah.
It's been pretty tough. Run a bunch of stuff and just pulled back up on my primary deal and found a good rock in practice and sitting on there very heavy right now. It's like 4 or 5 of them on it. But besides that, it's been tough. Tried a lot of different things. Just ain't been working.
Johnson hooked up again.
Ooh.
Oh, football. Holy smokes. How's that for a fatty? It's a good sign, though.
Not very long, but it's a football.
Is built like a football.
Three fours is small. He'd need a 4.5 to get right there with Ed.
I don't know if that's
it's
even
not.
going to help him, but it's a beautiful fish.
Yeah.
Nope.
But like we said, he is. I have a feeling.
Yeah, right.
He is a
good sign,
pound
Brian.
low, so he doesn't need as big of a cull as we think.
I've never seen, with the weight over 15 pounds, him or Corey be any closer than about 12 ounces light. They're always 12 ounces to about 1.5 pounds light.
I will say the only thing that's a benefit to us compared to normal is that Brian Evie is riding with Chris Johnston. And Brian knows fish. Some camera guys may not be fishermen, they may just be shooters, they may not know sizes of fish, they may take the anglers, what they say, and he does have an avid angler in the back of his boat that would know gauge fish sizes,
And he's the one making the entries.
Yeah, that he plugs them in, and so if Chris is like...
Yeah, but he's not going to let him call a 5 or 3, but I think even with Brian, if Chris says that's 3 1/4, he's not going to trump him and say, no, I think it's 3.7.
Yeah. I try to encourage our camera guys to trump them, like, hey.
Yeah, if they're Patrick,
what are you
Patrick
doing
Walters
listening
off, calling 5-pounders 2-pounders. But Patrick enjoys doing that. It's fun and games.
Yeah.
It's not full deception. We get to know later what it is at some point,
Showing your cards is never fun, unless you got it won.
What'd you say, Tommy?
I said showing your cards is never fun.
Yeah.
Unless you won already.
And even then, it's more fun to show them last.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the scene of the crime.
That's where he lost the fish this morning.
You remember it, do you? I believe it was right there.
What do you mean remember it? Evie's got a waypoint.
Oh, Will Davis's last fish bumped him up a spot to 5th over Corey Johnston.
Drove.
Will Davis, Patrick Walters, Chris Zaldain, guys not worried about points vis-a-vis the Classic. At this point right now, they've pretty much sewed up their trip to the Classic next year.
I'll say this. Okay, we got 40 minutes left in our day. There's catches that can happen that'll allow an amendment to your prediction. But at this point, 120, we put our rods up, you head to weigh in. Ed Locker and Robert G. Chris Johnston, who do you think wins right now?
What about amending your prediction now?
I'm saying if they catch one while we're still on the show, you don't have to be wrong.
Who's the winner right now?
Yeah, who's the winner? Is it like Bass Track? Ed, G, Chris?
I think it's G.
You think G wins? Okay.
Based on what the info
just being a
you've
little
been putting
low.
out.
Yeah,
The fact that he's been that much low.
I think I'm real scared about Chris Johnston right now.
I think he needs another one.
Since we've started thinking about the way Chris historically is going to be a pound low on his estimates, if I had to call it right now, I'd say G.
Yeah.
By an ounce or two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
I
it's gonna
got
be
a
that
three-way fish off.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
On a Tuesday.
Well, we'll turn our attention to something a little bit lighter right now. How about Northland Daily Trivia? To sort of allow us to breathe for just a few minutes here. How many shipwrecks have been found in Lake Champlain? How many shipwrecks? I mean, down to the exact numbers at 112, 174, 235, or 300 actual shipwrecks have been found in Lake Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster Elite at Lake Champlain. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha. Okay, back to the action. Just a minute here. We've got a little bit of business to take care of. That would be our Northland Daily Trivia. Here's the question. How many shipwrecks have been found in Lake Champlain? Is it 112, 174, 235, or 300? Ronnie Moore, go first.
Hey, I got a question. Does the sailboat that almost tipped over at Takeoff from our storms the other day count as a record? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I haven't thought a lick about this, Tommy, but I'm going to go with 235. Feeling real good about that one. C.
Okay. Davey?
A little full reveal here also. In my whole Bassmaster career, I seriously damaged 5 lower units by hitting something, and 2 of them were there, so I'm going to add that to the shipwreck count. I'm going to go B, 174.
I'll go 300. I'll go the whole
An
hog.
even number, a round number.
There you
Revolutionary
go.
War.
Yeah.
How about that?
No
I knew they were going
way.
back to the Revolutionary War. See, I had
when
the
there was
inside.
299, I swear 2 ships crashed at the same day to make it 301.
What a view, the Adirondacks in the background. Beautiful place, beautiful day, perfect room temperature weather. Northern New York. Patrick Walters needing some giants to come his way quickly.
I didn't think about back in the Revolutionary War. That was before Lake Master. No wonder they wrecked some
Oh, yeah,
ships.
they had some big
I
battles.
thought this was just during the Olympics era. Like, I didn't know that.
War of 1812. There's a ship named Ticonderoga, Fort Ticonderoga, that's sunk in there. A bunch of barges.
Yeah, that fort was American possession, was British possession.
Yes.
Right? All that.
Oh, we do not like to be touched. Oh, no. Come here, baby. Got her. Barely got it. God, it's been so tough on us. I don't know why. Number
It's the biggest fish Patrick Walters has caught all day.
Yeah, fed up pretty good.
If he gets within 5 pounds on Bass Track, we'll have to put him right in the mix also.
That's right. Absolutely. Okay, over to Matt Robertson, also in need of some big ones to show up.
Oh boy.
Done it all
Looks like
day,
a
baby.
good one, huh?
Whatever. We'll take her. Oh, She was not going nowhere. Should have been doing it all day. I don't know what I was thinking. Stupid live scope.
Stupid live scope.
Hey, it didn't make him use it. It did not make him use it. I mean, he had caught 20 pounds every day, largemouth being. I'm just as confused.
1 through 213. Come on, baby. $4-1. That other one I lost was a 4, if that's a 4.
Move him up a little bit there. Good Jacob Phelps. I mean, slick, calm where he is.
He about somersaulted into the boat. Have to rush him a little bit.
It's looking nice.
Jacob in 7th place as it stands right now.
Been steady all week. Half-ounce jig head, 7-inch Z-Man jerk shad.
Like a good one. Looked like some help for him.
Things picking up here in the last few minutes.
Corey Johnston.
Oh, it should help. Sick looking thing, but we'll take it. If he was healthy, he'd be a 4-pounder.
Just thinking back to the Fouts' catch a second ago, that is the calmest I have ever seen Lake Champlain. It was like a mirror,
yeah.
like a perfect. Take a photo of the mountains and you see them perfectly cast on the water, like.
Yep. And then you look at Will Davis right there.
And this is
same body of water.
And this is exponentially calmer, even in the roughest today, than compared to the lightest areas yesterday. You know.
Wind must be swapping around. That's, you know, it's kind of like the eye
Get
of
the dead
storm,
part, yeah.
Like slack time.
Chris Johnson with a big one.
Uh-oh.
Not as big as I thought, but it's could help.
Nice green one.
Mm.
I love flipping. Nice bucket.
Oh boy.
3-4.
We'll see.
This right here.
I'm just
catching them. This is what I grew up fishing right here. Reeds and undercuts.
crap.
Boy, it's picking up. They're all catching them.
I mean, with time running out. I mean, seriously. Looks like a good one.
That's what you want right there, boy.
Definitely will help him.
And all of this is happening while Ed Lochran is running back because he's so far south.
Somebody rang the dinner bell.
Man. Big time catches happening late in the day, and obviously this is going to impact the top of the leaderboard. It could impact somebody getting a few extra $1,000 from finishing 5th instead of 8th. Bringing it to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. But as we're winding down this tournament, we think about Falcon Rods, Drain the Lake, and a couple of these are not places that you might have picked. Ed Lochran coming off of his medical hardship and missing a few events, or Robert G. You might have used him earlier in the year for momentum. Ed has obviously had a good finish here in the past, but presence of mind. If he hasn't been in the last 2 events, you might not have considered him for this tournament. They could get double points today. Obviously, the winner of this event in Falcon Rods Drain the Lake will double their points. So if you did have them on your team, like I did with Ed Lochran, and he ends up winning, you will get double points and can really make some strides to try to win the grand prize at the end of the year. One other thing to consider, when we go up for the Northern Swing, we think about saving the Johnston brothers for the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario specifically. I saw a few of the top overall teams for Drain the Lake in the running for the top prize that had guys like Corey Johnston on their team. Didn't save them for the St. Lawrence. Maybe they had to decide between one or the other, and they're going to put, instead of both of them in the same tournament. So Corey garnered some points this week for anglers, and they're going to have to lean on Chris next week if they saved him. So it's all about the long game. You use them, you lose them in Falcon Rods Drain the Lake. If you save the Johnston brothers for the Northern Swing, you're very pleased if you use them this week, but you could be even more pleased next week because they're always in the top 10, it seems.
There's your unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. I don't know how updated that is. Yeah, it's really close. Chris Johnson has not updated. So that's going to make him right up there, right in the middle of it. This is getting too close to call right now with very little fishing time left. Ed Lochran on his way. We're not going to say the word that must not be said. So let's don't even think about all the possibilities here. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap it up here at Lake Champlain. The Tackle Warehouse, Bassmaster Elite on Lake Champlain. Championship Sunday, time running out, and most of our anglers, our 10, are on their way back at this moment. So now's the time when we want to take a look at some of the great performances we have seen during the course of this remarkable week with our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Absolutely. Davey Height, we've talked about Lake Champlain's the best tournament bass fishing lake in the country, not only for quality and quantity, but multiple species. And Corey Johnston, we saw him majority largemouth today, but he has mixed in smallmouth quite a bit as well.
Mixed in smallmouth throughout the week, but I think realized going into day 3, he did a little bit more of the greenfish fishing, and then today, more time up there trying to catch those bigger largemouth. It did work out good for him. He went out early this morning, caught a good solid limit. Nothing that's gonna, set the world on fire, but a good solid limit to have confidence. Hey, I'm not gonna zero, I'm gonna have a solid finish. But then he went shallow and started largemouth fishing and said, ooh, I wish I'd been doing this the last 3 days a little bit more. But Corey Johnson, one of the best fishermen in the planet, like you mentioned, on one of the best lakes in the country, getting it done smallmouth and largemouth, catching all of these smallmouth this morning in that 35 to 45 foot range. Then he went up shallow, fishing less than 3 feet deep, catching these bigger largemouth that certainly helped him.
Well, after a tough season so far for Matt Robertson, coming here for a little bit of redemption, and sure enough, he got it into the top 10 on the final day.
Got a camera with him yesterday for the first time, and I was quite surprised because he loves to use his live sonar. He's good with it and catches a lot of smallmouth. But we have seen him primarily on day 3 catching these largemouth shallow wood, boat docks, those sort of things. Been the most consistent angler for the first 3 days, 20 and change every single day. Some smallmouth, some largemouth. Yesterday afternoon, this is what really made his day, a 5-pounder just before weigh-in yesterday afternoon, a 5-pound largemouth.
And we don't get paid to hindsight question anglers at all, but watching how successful he was with 11 largemouth out of 15 fish over the first 3 days, 20 pounds a day, we were wondering why he bailed on it so early this morning and went to smallmouth late in the day, catches an upgrade on largemouth and says, I should have stuck with it a little longer. But this guy seems to run to his plan perfectly, meshing smallmouth in the morning, largemouth in the evening.
Chris Johnson just stuck with his plan, staying with the smallmouth like you mentioned, Ronnie. I think maybe he and his brother talked about it, and Chris had so much at stake here with the Angler of the Year, just dropping down a couple points if he would go and maybe gamble for the largemouth a little too much. He stayed out with the smallmouth, had a great day out there, but you could see about midday and a little after, it was very hard for him to upgrade. He'd catch a fish and it would be an ounce shy of his smallest one. Finally, he did go in and do a little largemouth fishing and upgrade it.
Hey, I don't know if he's going to be able to love himself anymore, Tommy. He did and will weigh in largemouth.
Absolutely.
And he had all smallmouth up to that point.
He's contaminated his smallmouth purity there. Robert G., wow, he has been pure excitement, pure fun all week long. Great spending the week with this guy.
Pure excitement, pure fun, and pure smallmouth bass fishing.
Yeah.
He is one that never went to the bank looking for those green fish. He said, this is my favorite lake in the world as long as it's calm, and he got his calm weather today, and man, did he put on a show, catching a lot of the fish that he was able to pat on the belly.
He was at one point, Tommy, trying to recreate Taku's signature song about smallmouth Disneyland. That's what he was looking for today. He would be the one that was fully committed, if he can win, with all smallmouth. We've seen that in the past, but it's really rare, and with largemouth being such a big factor, it was commended the hat to him that he could keep pace with 5+ pound largemouth getting caught.
Yeah. He would be the outlier. He would be the rebel if he's able to get it done with all smallmouth. But boy, he has shown he is a bad man when it comes to catching smallmouth. And the baddest of them all through the first 3 days was this man, longtime veteran of the Bassmasters, Virginia's Ed Lochran.
Great to see Ed coming back after missing 2 events because of medical issues and having a great event. It's the best event ever. Day 2, 22 pounds, 15 ounces. Well, he had his family at the first Elite Series weigh-in ever. Why not catch your biggest stringer ever? He said, I think I leaned on him a little too hard. Went back on day 3, brought back to the scales, 21 pounds, 14 ounces. So he hadn't leaned on him too hard. A little slower day for him today. We'll have to see if he's got enough to get it done. It's going to be really, really close. Ed catching more smallmouth today. As the water cleared, little by little, it seemed like more smallmouth were moving into his area. But win, lose, or draw, the reason for him having such a good term of those 5+ pound largemouth bass that he was able to bring to the scales.
Very cool to see so many places on Lake Champlain factor this week. You had Mallett's Bay, you had the Inland Sea, you had the Gut, you had Roush's up there, up in the New York side, up by Canada. You had all the way down to where Ed Lochran was, and places all in between. It was cool to see the variety and both species be important.
He fished farther south than anyone that we showed catching many fish at all. Certainly the only one to go there for 4 days.
Unpressured, clean water. No, he didn't have to worry about fishing docks behind anybody. Nobody was going to be on his high spots. He stuck to that, and it was a healthy area. Plenty of perch, other species of bait fish, and both species of bass came in clutch for him as well.
Going with his New York fishing basics, just what works all over the state. Those rocks, those high points, the grass, and making it work.
Yeah, the compact half-ounce jig, he said, was definitely key. There was something different about that jig.
Ed Lochran, what a comeback from 2 events on the bench. It's an amazing performance all week long here at Lake Champlain.
When you saw the schedule to start the season, you said, we've been to Champlain, it's going to be the same thing as always. Not the case.
There it is. Your Humminbird unlocked the lake for Lake Champlain. Meanwhile, on the waters, we said most of our anglers en route are already returned to Plattsburgh. Ed Lochran, one of those who has made his run back. He was the farthest away of any of our anglers during the course of the day. He's not done fishing. He's got a few minutes left to try to find something. He would be advised to catch another one. I think all of our top 4 would be advised to catch another one at this point. One that will afford them an upgrade, no matter 1 ounce or 10 ounces or what.
Yeah, there's no tournament we've had all season that's anywhere near this close with just a few minutes left to go.
A little bit of them all. A little bit of pressure for Greg DePalma. He doesn't want to be only the 3rd angler and 3rd bag to not get a limit. He still has 4 fish.
Oof. Get him a keeper here.
Oh, I'm getting reports in my ears. He does have a limit. Bass Track didn't upgrade.
It looks like it died at noon or so.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Sorry, Greg. I'm not trying to slam you in the dirt.
I thought so
there.
too. Till we just heard that in our ear. I don't know if we got footage of it, but Patrick Walters on his way and stopped at, caught a 410, the second biggest bass of the day. Moved it back in.
I'm telling you, if he gets within 5 pounds on Bass Track, do not forget about him.
It's 4-3 right now.
It's 4-3 right now.
I'm telling you.
He's still in the picture. Still in the picture.
How often is he 4 pounds off on Bass Track?
Yeah, more than
a lot.
once.
Every time,
more than
60% of the time, every time.
He may be fishing for some insurance now.
Yeah. Had a thing 130 minutes ago.
That is so scary. That is very scary.
It's so true about him. And then it's also so true about Ed and Robert. They're so accurate that, and then Chris Johnson is typically about a pound to a pound and a half light, always.
And there he sits 9 ounces back. So, okay.
Walter's smallest fish is a 2-pounder on Bass Track. So he almost looked like he was going to weigh that, but he just tossed it back in.
I really feel I'm not picking favorites, not who I hope to win. I think Chris snuck in there with those largemouth and got him. I think they snuck in and got him.
Last largemouth might have been the winning fish.
This whole thing is played into Dave Mercer's hands, not because Dave is a Canadian and Chris Johnston, but because this is going to increase the traffic at the weigh-in.
How could it
not?
He
likes the mystery. He's got to have the mystery. He doesn't want this to be a done deal anytime.
Rob G's got to have 20. He's got 19 and a half on it. If he's low, it's got to be at least 20, and he's going to have to be able to get it done.
Oh, one last time.
Yeah.
Last Power Pole replay of the day of the year.
That you get to call in studio.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Power Pole replay of the day. Corey Johnson. Hey, if I'm going to call the last one for me for the year, why not a flipping stick and a jig?
Yeah.
Up shallow, in the reeds, largemouth bass. Who doesn't like to see that? I know Corey Johnson certainly likes to do it. He and his brother Chris grew up doing this, pitching jigs and different baits into shallow reeds. Corey Johnston, final day, 5-pounder on a jig up shallow after he went out and caught a limit of smallmouth. You are the Power Pole replay of the day. Power Pole wrap boat. Corey Johnston.
If Chris ends up winning, Corey can tell him, well, hey, I won Power Pole replay of the day. What did you win? And Chris will be like, oh, I just won the tournament. I get the last say, you know.
Before Patrick Walters swoops in to take it all.
We'll know early with the weigh-in order. Patrick's in the 7th or 8th spot, so he'll be sitting there waiting if that's the case. But
and you know what the Johnson brothers will do to celebrate? Tomorrow morning, it's sunrise, they will be on the St. Lawrence River. No time to celebrate when you got the St. Lawrence coming up.
Yep, that's right.
I guarantee you they would trade.
West, right?
They would trade. They would be okay with finishing 2nd, 3rd here if it meant they could win there, like versus winning here and not winning there. Like just nothing, no shade on Champlain, But boy, that's the place that they want to they want their name every time on that one.
Mercer'd like to say first Canadian Angler of the Year as well. And Chris, if he does win, he'll be 12 points back of Justin Hamner going into St. Lawrence.
Just wrapping up here. We swung hard. Those swim bait fish weren't set up. I caught one nice one on it, but I lost one. They just weren't set up, and if I was gonna do it, it was gonna be with that bait right there. So absolutely no regrets. We had a shot, and that's all you can ask for. So, you know, when you have a shot, you gotta go for it. Conditions changed today. It got really cool. A little bit of a north breeze.
Awesome. I mean, you know,
I have a feeling it got tough on a lot of the guys, but I still needed over 20 pounds, and in my eyes, that was the only way to do it. So no regrets, already thinking about the St. Lawrence River.
It'd be awesome. I mean, you know, I've dreamed about it a long time. Don't get that many opportunities at it. I was in second after the first, second, and third day at Fork a couple years back, but being second to Patrick Walters, chasing him in, very fun. So, you know, it would be great. I mean, there's no way on earth that I'm going to win this thing. But, you know, I did the best I could. I stayed with my fish, scrambled around a little bit, tried a few different things, but just those largemouth today did not bite. You know, I caught one largemouth today, I think, a 3-pounder off of that, off my main spot. And even the secondary spots is 0. So it was a scramble day. I got all smallmouth today, and I'm happy to have them, 16.5 pounds, maybe 17. And, you know, hopefully I won't drop out of the top 5.
Well, that man, Ed Loughran, and 9 other anglers, boy, they have given us some great, great moments throughout the course of this week. Congrats to all 10 of them for making it here today. As we look back on some of the sights and the sounds, some of the quirks. Yes. The high points and the low points of a great, great tournament. Going to be one of the closest ever. The closest this season by far.
Yeah. G and Chris Johnston both knew I have to catch 20, and I think they both are right there at the doorstep of 20. And they needed Ed to slip, and he did.
He did, but he's still got a lot better chance than he thinks he does right now. You can see the disappointment in his eyes right there, but he still could win this thing. It's just going to be that close.
And surprising from the starts of the surprises is how big smallmouth played in this thing vis-a-vis the predictions that were going on in advance.
To see the things we saw on day one with Iaconelli and Fighter with largemouth, to see the big smallmouth from Robert G and guys like Wesley Gore, to see people mixing up both of them with the Johnstons and Robertson and Loughran. We've seen every inch of Champlain except Ticonderoga. Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time for Ticonderoga. We had plenty of thrills with or without. Got to remember now the weigh-in is coming up right at the top of the hour. That is just seconds away, 3 a.m. Eastern time. In that Yeti hot seat, there it is. Maybe beautiful room temperature weather, 72 degrees, but feeling the heat is Ed Loughran. Right there in the Yeti hot seat. Dave Mercer getting ready to start it up. We'll see you the next time fishing from here in the studio up on the St. Lawrence.